here we are. We find ourselves back in the crypts again. I kind of moved Sir Lancelot, Snufflechops, and Lulu up here to be with us. You guys were talking with Feria, who is this kind of aged female cleric that we have standing in front of us. I also moved the party of NPCs that you guys had brought along over here. We can role play a little bit, but they're going to join some of the others. This giant room that you find yourselves in is the kind of like main crypt area here. It's a large crypt, and it's presently home to over 100 frightened people. As you look about the room, you can see them cowering behind sarcophagi and in alcoves, their eyes red, cheeks stained with tears. You can smell the acrid stench of human sweat and human waste, the scent of cook fires, that kind of thing. They have clearly been hiding down here in this crypt area for some time. Just what you can see around the room as you look, what you can smell, these folks have been here hiding for a bit. Directly in front of you is a haggard woman, gray hair matted with sweat. With one arm, she is clutching a giant leather-bound tome that has like leather-wrapped belts around it, kind of holding it closed. She has an ancient mace that looks like if she hit anything with it, it's going to fall apart. Initially, when she walked up, there was a guardsman that was here with her as well. He was heavily wounded and kind of slunk down against the wall over here. Olin had stepped forward, and Moon had stepped up to try to help them. This was part of the role play in our Discord server. So they healed him. His name was Edwin. He has gone with Seltern, kind of farther back here, somewhere in the main crypts, to calm the people. Obviously the smoke and fire and the cultists and that draconic figure that were attacking them, the citizens that are hiding here in the alcoves are all pretty frightened of what was happening. Feria, who has stepped up, I think I showed you guys her picture last time. I don't remember if I did or not.
I believe you did pop it up, but we can see it again.
All right, so she, as I said, she's a little bit older. She's got a little bit of white in her hair. There she is. Again, she's holding that one book very close in her arm. Instead of that impressive staff, imagine just an old mace. But she has already twice, as I mentioned in the role play on the Discord server, has already kind of introduced herself. She has welcomed all of you, telling you that she is sorry to not be able to offer you more than cold stones and water, but at least you'll have cold stones, beneath you that you can sleep in peace here. They've been hiding down here for some time. When Seltern first said hello to her again, they warmly greeted each other. He told you Feria may be able to answer some of your questions about the location of Duke Ravengard. She asked him to see to some of the other citizens that are hiding down here. He was casting Goodberry to help feed some of the children that are here with their parents. As the group of NPCs that you brought here kind of comes up from behind you, Feria sees them and says, more troubled travelers, and she turns to the group and thank you so much for guiding them here and keeping them safe. And as they walk past, she kind of invites them into the room. She says, we have 2 fonts filled with water that still seems to be flowing. We have checked it. The water is clear. You can certainly drink it. There's not a lot of room left in the alcoves and around the sarcophagi, but please, make yourselves as comfortable as you possibly can. I can't imagine how horrible it was being up in the streets above. So the group of folks that you brought here, each of them warmly thanks you for your support, for getting them here safely, for all of the horrific monsters that you had to slay to keep them from harm. The very first person that you had met, you may remember Harkina, stops and pauses and asks Feria about her father and brother. may remember that her father and brother were out looking for food and never came back. Feria is sorry to tell her that she doesn't know anyone by the name or description that Harkina is giving. Her children look a little bit distraught, but again, she ushers them toward the back of the room with the others. So they say thank you. They are incredibly thankful for your keeping them alive, but these are they are very bedraggled, very beleaguered, tired from the long trek to get here, having slept upstairs for a short period of time in the choir space. They are just happy to be amongst other non-blood drenched warrior types and having a place to hide, though being here in the crypts beneath the cathedral is probably the last place they thought they would find themselves seeking any kind of refuge. So again, you've got Feria standing in front of you as she looks at the group, again, welcoming you, absolutely thrilled to have you guys here. The guardsman that Olin healed as she thanks him again, and she asks all of you, please make yourselves at home, but what brings you to the High Hall?
We're seeking the Duke.
We're seeking the Duke, yeah.
Hey, Ryan, thank you for joining.
By the way, what's that book in your hand?
So you guys say that you're seeking Duke Ravengard. As you say his name, she kind of perks up a little bit. You can see that she recognizes the name of the Duke. But then as you ask her about the book, she kind of holds it forth a little bit, and it is this large leather, dark red leather bound. It has on the front of it like a circle with the picture of a star next to it and big leather belts that kind of hold it together. And she tells you that this is the church's copy of the Tome of the Creed Resolute. Who remembers what that is? We've talked about it before.
That the agreement that was made by Fabius Creed and the devils?
Yeah, so
or not Fabius maybe, but
no, that's pretty close. So the Creed Resolute is it's a magical book that all of the different citizens of Elturel, when they were old enough, would read and then swear to defend Elturel body and soul. This is where they sign their names to the Creed Resolute. She actually undoes the leather clasps and opens it up before you, and you can see it's hundreds upon hundreds of pages with just signatures of all the different citizens of Elturel. And on the first page, it has again that Creed Resolute, the oath to defend Elturel body and soul. From your conversation with Fabius Krieg, and then having found that series of plates, you guys may remember you found his devilish contract. I want to say it was beneath in the villa, but his infernal contract basically stated that he was going to swear all of Elturel to Zariel, the arch-devil Zariel. And the way that he was going to trick all of the people into condemning their souls was through the use of the Creed Resolute. People were going to sign this contract. So when the city fell, anyone that's in the city, through this kind of magical trickery that Fabius played with this book, when they die, their souls are automatically pulled to Zariel's legion. They become like lowly foot soldiers and part of her army if they die, which is one of the major reasons why they're trying to pull Elturel down into the River Styx, kill everybody, build up, have a much larger army fighting for Zariel. So as Feria shows you this is this is that book. It is the record of everybody who has signed and taken the resolute oath.
I wonder if it would do any good to explain to her what she has in her hands.
Why is she even carrying it?
That's a great
Probably
question.
thinks it's important. Preserving.
Let's ask her why she's carrying it.
So as you ask her, she tells you that it's one of the artifacts of the church that has unfortunately fallen upon me to care for now that so many of my brothers and sisters are dead. When Elturel first fell, I was a simple scribe here in the church. I work down here in the catacombs. I work up in the high hall itself. But I was never anyone of importance in the church. The meteor and lightning strikes that destroyed so much of the high hall killed all of our leadership. The high clerics of Torm and Lathander were meeting together in that west side of the high hall. When the meteor struck, it killed all of our leadership. When I and she did this in the Discord server, but when I mentioned that I may be the last cleric of Torm in the city, I say that with great regret and sorrow because so many of my brothers and sisters were killed in that one foul strike. It just so happens that I was able to grab the Creed Resolute from the library above before it was completely destroyed, and I brought it with me down here. It is not a major religious artifact, but it is one that ties the city together as we all take this oath and speak it as part of our coming of age, as part of our pride in being citizens of Elturel. It's a small thing, but with so much having been lost over the last week or so since Elturel fell, it seemed important to try to hold on to something.
That oath is going to doom you all.
What do you mean?
I explained to her what we ran across and tell her that that oath wasn't made to the city, but it's really made to Zariel.
I'll just pop that up for you guys. That is in your that is in the items of interest in the party notes. Just in case you guys want to remind yourselves of the contract that was inside. And that's those are the plates that the contract was written on.
On us?
Those are awesome.
Just like everything else, it went away so fast I couldn't even read it.
Well, time to make this. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so
or is this out of the book?
So no, that was somebody made this on the subreddit that I follow for the game. Cool. The book just has the text, but it was a series of small metal plates that were engraved and signed with his blood, with the contract basically stating that he was signing everything over to Zariel. So as you tell her about what you learned, and I don't know if you would still have these plates on you or not, or if you left them with Silvira in her tower. But I popped it up there so you guys could just at least see what it was that was on the plates. So you tell Feria this, and she definitely has a tough time accepting what you're saying. So let me have Severius go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Go back to just.
19. All right. So she can tell that you're not lying to her. That you're giving her information to the best of your knowledge of what you have found. She asks for a little bit more clarity of what you found out about Fabius and how you came across it. So you guys can take some time kind of going back and forth explaining that. When she hears that Fabius is dead, you can see that also is a little bit of a blow. And she tells you, I can't believe that he fell so low. He led this city for so many years and had saved so many people. I can't understand why he would have made this choice.
He might have always been this way. And everything was a deception.
Oh, it is so hard to believe that we can so misjudge. But I suppose anything is possible considering where we are now. So she shows you the book and she says it is a minor magical artifact in that there will always be enough pages for people to sign, but in and of itself, this is not the oath. We are all required to speak the oath before we sign. Everyone here has sworn themselves to this. The only way they would be able to not be held to this contract is if there was a different leader of Elturel that could change this, or if we were all to break our oaths. I don't know if there are enough people who would be willing to do that, to just forego any oath to the city if there's any hope that it might still be saved.
Would destroying the book help at all?
So you can roll an Arcana check. See if
I might not be the best for that. Someone else might want to. It's not my strong suit. Talking is. I rolled 2 and both failed.
So I would say Olin's going to roll on.
Else.
Olin's going to roll on it, but he doesn't have. Oh, that's all right. He had no bonus or negative, so 16. So as Olin is looking over this, and it kind of makes a little bit of sense that our cleric of Moradin here would have an idea of kind of looking at really just artifacts of some kind. That as he looks at it, he recognizes again it has some minor magical properties. He's also going to cast Detect Magic, since he's got it. Just to see if that makes any sense as well. And what he finds and relays back to the group is it is a minor magical artifact that, again, as she said, it will expand and always have room for more signatures. It's almost as if the pages are in some kind of extra dimensional space, like a bag of holding might be. You can flip through the pages and never come to an end. You'll never run out of blank pages if you need them. But what it's really tied to is the spoken oath. There is something that ties this city to its people, and the speaking of the oath is what allows them to sign their name here as part of the record. But Olin doesn't think that destroying it is going to break that oath. It would require the people of Elturel actually rescinding the oath, breaking their oath to the city.
Then I would say to Feria, ma'am, you need to convince these people to renounce their oath, because if you die while under that oath, you will serve the armies of Avernus and you will serve the army of Zariel. You'll be forced to serve. With
that, she kind of stumbles back a little bit, and you can see her age very clearly shows. Again, that sweaty, matted hair, dirty robes. On top of trying to keep all of these people alive and hidden down here, to hear that their souls, not just their bodies, not just their lives, not just their homes, but their actual souls are at risk. That is a hefty blow for a cleric of Torm to take, especially thinking she might be the only voice of Torm really left in the city. She tells you all, You've given me a lot to think of and to think on. I don't think I have any ready answers for, how best to proceed, knowing that all of these souls that I'm responsible for could be lost so easily. I'm going to have to take some time to think about that. But you're not just here for all of our souls. Seltern said you were looking for.
Did we lose you?
Okay, I thought it was me. Yeah, I lost him.
Oh, so she asked. So you guys are asking about the Grand Duke. Why do you seek him? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I can hear you now. Why were we seeking him? I forgot. Because he's from Baldur's Gate, right? And
we get told to find him from that other general or whatever he was.
Oh,
I came in after a lot of your stuff, so
the flaming fist guy. I think did he send us to find him?
He was one of.
But we are also hoping to find him that he might have mounted a resistance or something in the city. Yep. I think.
Do we have any remembrance of it from Alator or Audrey? Do they remember why we're looking for the Grand Duke?
Absolutely.
All right. What you guys remember is, so the same way that Favius Krieg was turned to Zariel and using his powers as the spiritual leader and leader of the entire city of Elturel, the contract that he signed and the spell that was spread over the city happened because he was the ruler of the city and had that right to make decisions for it. The fear is that with the Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate being stuck here in hell, they might be able to either torture him or convince him or trick him into making the same kind of contract, which would then doom all of Baldur's Gate. So you know that the demons are trying to figure out how to pull Baldur's Gate, the devils are trying to figure out how to pull Baldur's Gate into Avernus the same way that Elturel was. So the fear is that the same thing could be done to Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard. So you guys have been looking for him because you need to get him out of here so that can't happen. So as you all carefully go about remembering all of those fun little facts, Feria tells you, I'm so sorry, my new friends. If you had only been here a few days earlier, the Grand Duke had been here with us. He had made his way to the High Hall from where he was staying in the city shortly after all of Elturel was originally absorbed and pulled into Avernus by the Companion. He came here in the hopes of being able to find some of the other leaders, but much like yourselves, he arrived after that initial meteor strike had taken the lives of so many of Torm's high clerics. He stayed here with us, protecting us for a number of days, him and his men. But in our discussions, and some of what we learned from other citizens here as they began to filter in seeking solace, he decided to try and see if he couldn't locate another holy artifact. I believe he has tried to make his way to our grand cemetery in search of a holy artifact of Torm. When he and his group left, we had expected them to try to be back. The Grand Duke said he would return here if they were able to recover the artifact, but it's been, as I said, 3 days and he hasn't returned. That should have been more than enough time for him to go back and forth through the cemetery. So his actual fate is unknown to us, but we could certainly point you in the correct direction to try to find him.
We would definitely appreciate that.
Any information you can provide would be great.
Okay. So she's going to give you some more information about the city, kind of the direction of where the Grand Cemetery is. It would not take you guys very long to be able to get there. And what she knows is that, again, from talking to some of the other citizens coming in, he decided to go to the Grand Cemetery for 2 reasons. One, because he had heard about this holy relic, this artifact called the Helm of Torm's Sight. And also there was a lot of rumor and reports as the citizens filed in that there was a growing presence of undead around the cemetery, as if for whatever reason, maybe because they've been pulled into hell, people don't really know. There's all kinds of rumor and speculation, but the dead are walking and coming out of the cemetery.
Does she know anything about what this Helm of Torm is supposed to be?
So it is...
Being a cleric of it.
Yep. So it is, it's rumored. It's rumored. Let me check here. What can I tell you guys? So it is a holy artifact of Torm that sends visions to those who wear it. It is very powerful and is often only used by some of the highest in the church. Your Grand Duke believed that if he could recover it, it might provide him guidance on how to save the city. At the very least, he wished to recover it from the cemetery because of all of those rumors of undead coming to the surface. But he hoped that it could provide him insight into some means of saving the city from its current curse. So she can give you directions on kind of where to go. At this point, she says, and it is still very, very early in the morning, her suggestion is that if you want to, she can see your wounds, see the dents in your armor, see that your weapons need sharpening. She has seen that you guys have healed the guardsman, so she knows that Olin has used some of his powers of Moradin. She offers you a place here if you want to sleep, if you want to rest. Again, because it's so very early in the morning, it's about 6 a.m. If you guys took a long rest, you could still get out into the city heading toward the Grand Cemetery while there is still light. And you can kind of rest and plan, and this will give you the ability to officially now be level 6, so you'll be able to use those abilities if you rest. Apply any bonuses, all that kind of fun stuff that you guys may want to do. She also tells you that the holy fonts, the water is clean. If you want to refill your canteens or eat some of the food that we have, drink some of the water, it's not much, but what they have, they will make readily available to you. She does, however, also beg that if you do go find the Grand Duke, regardless of what you find, please report back to us so we know if the Grand Duke is still going to be coming back to protect us the way that he promised.
I promise we will come back and let you know what happens with the Duke. I think it would be a good idea if we did. What's that?
Severius doesn't sound very southern.
Yeah.
I say we'll be back.
I say, boy.
Good morning. I need my side for you.
It's because I'm eating dinner. I say, boy. We need some fried chicken, some chitlins,
So,
and have a long rest here.
so do you guys want to take a long rest?
Yeah.
I also think we're in a catacomb, so we need to explore a little, because I always know there's stuff. There's always hidden doors, and there's always loot inside catacombs. I think we should explore all around here, just to make sure.
So everybody, you can go ahead. You can go ahead and do a long rest and leave it checked for is a new day. So any of your day abilities will be reset as well. Get Lulu fixed. Snuffle chops is fine. If you have temporary hit points, go ahead and remove them. Those spells will have cleared with a long rest, unless we recast them. So I am guessing... I'm just trying to
Copy that.
Just taking a quick look at Olin here. Because he still has that Blessing of the Forge. So do we want to throw... I'm guessing he would throw that back on to Severius.
Well, yeah.
Do you want me to go ahead and do a long rest for you, Ryan?
Yeah. Did it not take?
No, let me do that there for you. There you go. So you're back to full. Let me add the effect here. Temp. And that is Bones Blessing of the Forge. And all right, so while you guys are resting, everybody is kind of awakening, feeling that they are refreshed. Your wounds are healed. You've been able to cast some spells and close up any, massive damage to your armor, any damage to your skin, your flesh. You're feeling like you are all back at your best and brightest. Let me do that. Just got to add the armor class here for you, and you should be all set with Severius. AC. Armor class. Add 1. There you go. So you've got Blessing of the Forge on you now.
He recovers 39 hit points. Holy cow.
Yeah. Severius was in some rough shape.
Yeah.
And we've got the Blessing of the Forge on you. So, okay. So let's do this before we actually go out. Let's go through and make sure everybody has kind of done everything that they want to do for characters and all that before we decide to leave the room. So if you have any spells... Well, let's do this. Everybody leveled up. So how about we go round robin and everybody explains what they got as part of that, so that we know what we're going to have as we go in and out of combat and in and out of role play. So let's just go through it alphabetically. At the top of the order, we've got Audrey. What did Audrey get by going up as a level 6 bard?
So I was super excited because I get to pick from spells of all of the classes spells. So I got acid arrows, which is super awesome. So I can shoot an arrow at somebody, and then
use that with your crossbow, please.
Like, no, it's not even with the crossbow.
It's because you missed with your crossbow every time.
So And then if I miss, I still splash everybody else in the area with the acid.
Very cool.
It'll be there.
And then I got Call of Thunder or Call of Lightning, whatever it is, but I can create this huge, massive cloud, and then I can direct like lightning wherever I want it to be in a 60-foot radius. And it's fucking awesome. So where I have Cloud of Daggers and people can run away from that, Cloud of Thunder or Lightning, whatever it is, I can fully control it. And if they try to run away, I can still encompass them.
Very nice. And it's dexterity based, or it's 3d10 lightning. Yikes.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Just taking a
I
quick
was
look.
really run off with a bard thing. They were like just like choose all the spells, which there are the spells. And when you were like said in Hangouts, like it was like, oh, it's a quick click, and I was like, no, it's not. It's like I had to look through every single spell. But I felt that I made some right choices.
Yeah, that is I would definitely say Call Lightning is a plus. I would also say that because it allows, so if you are outside in stormy conditions, it allows you to roll an additional 1d10. I would certainly say that the storm that the companion is currently flashing in the sky would count for that. So if you have any combat outside and use this, you're going to get 4d10 instead of 3d10.
No, it's super awesome.
Yeah.
Boom, bitches.
All right, so Audrey's got some new spells along with some more hit points. What do we got from Alatar?
Alatar grabbed a few more things. Apparently, we're missing some cantrips that we could have had. We didn't, but I don't show them on the game side, but I show them on the D&D Beyond side.
Let me do this here.
But we got some. We leveled up to level 4 for sorcerer. We got our +2. We added a +2 to charisma, so now it's a +6 to hit, which is awesome. We also added a cantrip for mind sliver, which apparently drive a disorienting spike of psychic energy into the mind of one creature.
They should be here for you now. They just may not be. Yeah, they're not favorited. I'll favorite them to the front page for you. I just re-imported you. Re-imported you guy in.
I did.
There you go.
Also added poison spray, which is a puff of noxious gas from my palm. Creature must succeed in a Constitution saving throw, which normally is from my ass, so that's good. Spare the dying, which I thought was great. That comes in handy for Castiel. Because it's extra fucking 5 feet per second speed. So I can just heal him to stable. And then also a spell for sword burst. Which don't stand near me. Oh, and my favorite is catapult, where if you weigh between 1 and 5 pounds, I will throw your ass at an enemy up to 90 feet and cause some damage if you hit them.
Or any.
So,
wait,
mind your shit.
Are we more than 5 pounds, right?
Well, you're lucky then. But how much does Snuffle Chops weigh?
With those those bird-like bones, probably not a whole lot.
So yeah, and excited, new day.
Very cool, very, very cool. Alrighty, what have we got? What did Castiel get as he leveled up as a monk?
As everyone expected, I got 5 more feet of movement speed per turn. I now have 45 feet of normal movement speed. My hands have officially become deadly weapons, as they are now considered magical. I don't need silvering anymore. And I also gained the monk's lay of hands for himself. Means once per long rest, I can heal for 3 times my level.
So Alatar is
awesome.
going to use his Caliput to shoot me in your direction, so I'm not left behind.
Very nice. Okay, so
Oh,
we've got a faster, harder hitting monk. Moon got he got 2. So level 6 for rogues is expertise. So he is now an expert in 4 different skills, which means that he gets to add a whole lot of extra points. So he is now super expertise proficient in stealth, persuasion, perception, and investigation. And by super proficient, I mean he is a +9 or a +8 in most of those. On skill checks. So if we need someone to figure something out, find something, perceive something, sneak up on something, Moon might be your guy.
Not me, that's for sure.
New. Olin is officially becoming a crazy fucking cleric. So in his leveling up, I don't know what it is that does this or what he got. I know he got some additional spells because I can see some additional things here on his sheet. I think there's some new spells. I'm not positive, but something dwarven or clericy boosted his armor class. I think it's Soul of the Forge is his new feat. Let me see if I can't find it on his sheet here so I can tell you what it is. Yep. So at 6th level, his Mastery of the Forge, because he is a Forge domain cleric, grants him special abilities. It is a +1 to his armor class, and he now is resistant to fire damage. So if he gets burnt by something, like, for example, our Warlock firing off shield blasts everywhere, he'll only take half of that damage. But that +1 to AC means that now, standard, unbuffed, Olin has a 21 armor class. That's insane. So both of your frontline fighters now, and truly Olin isn't necessarily a frontline fighter, he's a bit of a hybrid, have 21s. So when he puts Blessing of the Forge on Severius, the two of them are 21 armor class. Here's the other crazy part. Olin now has 57 hit points because of that dwarven hardiness and all of that fun stuff and his constitution score additions. So our badass cleric is even more badassery. What's our favorite paladin got? Because there is something pretty cool about him that I think you guys are gonna love.
The biggest thing is I got Aura of Protection. So now, if anyone's near me, you get my charisma modifier on your save throws, including death throws. So right now my charisma is at 18, so you got a +4. If you're within 10 feet of me, you get a +4 on all your save throws, which is a nice little buff to have.
So for example, the way that you're all currently standing around him means that all of you are within 10 feet of Severius. If you had to roll a saving throw on anything, you get a +4 to it.
That's
And
the
other
nice.
thing,
His charisma. I don't know.
yeah, that's nice little. That's why I buffed the charisma and not my strength.
Yeah, as long as you don't talk during your charisma, is probably better.
But just keep in mind when you're doing stuff or based on where Severius is on the battlefield, it's 10-foot radius around him. So it's basically 2 squares around him. So there is definitely a certain amount of there's a certain amount of room. So it will be of huge benefit to a lot of our frontline fighters, the guys who are running in. I know that we've also got some casters who will stay toward the back. Just try and keep in mind what that distance is depending upon what we're doing, because it will have an impact. Anything else from Severius? Any other updates?
I chose a feat. I took shield expert. So it makes me a little bit more defensive minded.
And I will just read up on that because I didn't.
Oh, and I can shove guys with
Yep.
my bonus action if I want and knock them on the ground.
Gotcha. Okay, so Shield Master. When you take an attack action, you can use a bonus to shove a creature within 5 feet with your shield. You can add your shield's bonus to dexterity saving throws against effects that target only you. And effects that allow half damage on successful saving throws, you can use your reaction to take no damage. So let's remember that it's bonus actions and reactions for some of that stuff, depending upon how you want to use it. Yeah, but that should definitely make that's definitely some good defensive stuff here for Severius. Okay. Anything else you guys want to do before we move on from this long rest?
I want to thank everybody for their sacrifices and go team. Sorry for the surprise fireball.
Go
Team.
That was a good fireball. It's okay. It worked
Okay.
out.
So
It was hey, oh shit, yeah, okay, cool, good, all right, cool.
Oh, didn't want to move him. I'm just going to move you guys kind of up here a little bit, just so you kind of have an idea of, you're kind of in the middle of this massive crypt room. You can see the water fountains there's one here kind of directly in front of you that you could certainly take a drink from if you choose. But the question is, what do you guys want to do? So you have a lead on where the Grand Duke is. You're hiding down here in the crypts. As you're waking up, I'm going to go ahead and jump our time frame ahead here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we are now officially into the afternoon. You can see that the sunbeam here has begun to continue moving across our simple calendar for you. So it's 2:48, almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As you're waking up, Feria comes walking over. She says, "Good morning. I hope that you were all able to rest and relax." As she says so, Sir Lancelot kind of comes like running back over here towards Severius. You can hear the laughter of children in the background. Feria smiles and says, "Honored Paladin, thank you so much for bringing such a noble steed with you. Your mount has been extremely popular with some of the children here, and they have had far too little to laugh of late. While you rested, he maintained a watch, but I think most of his watch was cleaning grubby faces with his tongue."
I bet Sir Lancelot a little rubbing behind the ear. And I say, everybody loves a good dog.
So, Feria asks, have you determined what you will do? You are, of course, more than welcome to stay here with us, and I'm sure your protections would be welcomed by many of our citizens, but I won't lie to you and say that things here are excellent. Without Seltern's druidic magics being able to help us feed some of us, we just don't have enough to go around. That's why I was unable to offer much of anything other than cold stones to sleep upon and fresh water to drink. I would be lying if I said that if another week goes by that we wouldn't start having some people here that would begin to starve. We just don't have enough food for the number of refugees that are hiding here in the catacombs. If you do go to find the Grand Duke and have any way of bringing food back with you, it would be greatly appreciated.
We will keep that in mind, ma'am. I think right now we should probably explore our surroundings. Do you know anything about the catacombs down here? I know a lot of heroes were buried in these catacombs.
So she says, I am very, very familiar with the crypts. I've worked down here for most of my career as a scribe. There are a number of rooms here throughout the lower part of the hall. You will find that we have kind of a convoluted set of crypts that have been dug out and expanded upon over time. That being said, you'll find a number of recessed mausoleums and vaults surrounding these main crypts, and also more to the west. They're, sometimes lit by candles, though we haven't explored them much since we've come down here. Initially, we did have some families staying in those areas, but as we heard more of the growling from above and noises coming down the stairs, most of the families all congregated here. I think they were happier to be together in relative safety than staying in some of the smaller mausoleums and vaults throughout the crypts. We also have a temple here that was our temple of the highest, used for private ceremonies, an area for us to bury some of our exalted former clerics of Torm. There are a number of sarcophagi and vaults in the temple of the highest as well. We also have another room that we've often referred to as our Hall of Scholars. It holds the bones of those who served Torm and Elturel through knowledge rather than through force of arms or through their magic or their faith. It truly is a resting place for those that sought out the highest levels of learning and intellect. There's a chamber room for the council where they could often meet here underground if they had to. It's a simple council room with some chairs and tables where they could meet if they had to do so in complete private. Though it's not a room that was used often. Unfortunately, the council had grown so large that they often met above, either in the cathedral or in the western parts of the keep. Unfortunately, that was likely part of their downfall, why they were so susceptible to the meteor strike. That, and she kind of pauses and shudders a little bit, and you can see there's a tear in her eye. She is still very shaken by the fact that so many of the people that she has known her entire life and worked so closely with and called friend were taken all at the exact same time. I mean, she lost dozens upon dozens of her fellow clerics, all in that same meteor strike that destroyed the building. The other part I'm sure you saw as you came down is the tomb of the unknown hero, where the lady and her beneath that gleaming light with the plaque that speaks of how she came forward and saved the city from a dragon so many years ago. It's one of the main attractions why people will come to the High Hall, would be to pay pilgrimage and come down into the crypts to pray to the former clerics, but also to pay homage and to pray to the tomb of the unknown hero. Outside of that, the other thing you find is where you are right now. These are the main crypts. It's the largest crypt area in or beneath the High Hall, where all of these alcoves are, as you can see, they're filled with sarcophagus or sarcophagi, kind of in all of these little alcoves and stretches. And then there's these two fonts. She tells you these used to be holy fonts. They would constantly circulate holy water that had been blessed by the priesthood. For some reason, they're still running, and the water is still sweet to the taste. And we keep testing it to make sure that it hasn't been poisoned or fouled in some way, and it just keeps running clean and clear. So we've at least, as little food as we have had a steady supply of water here. So with that, she says, and that's most of the crypts. They're a bit cyclical in nature. If you follow around the outside path, you will come back around to these crypts yet again. But I don't believe there's much down here. we've been down here for a week. More and more people have come down and joined us. But other than the group of, and with that, she kind of points to the singed ash and blackened marks on the wall from the fireball that killed all of the dark cultists and the draconic Abishai. Other than that, we have heard things from above echoing down that long staircase. But Seltern was the first of us that was brave enough to go back up and try and see what was happening on the surface. We haven't seen much of anything down here. And it's why we've all stayed here to try to stay safe.
Do you know anywhere that any place that might have some magical items, weapons, armor that might help aid us in our task?
Not that I know of. And that's not to say that some of the bodies that are buried here might have items, but nothing that I know of. And there are dozens upon dozens upon dozens of graves, and I would hope that you wouldn't go digging through the former members of my order that are buried here in tribute to the exemplary lives that they lived.
I think we'll take a look around, but we'll try not to disturb the dead or your ancestors. But I think we need every edge we can get while we're in hell, just to try to save the living and get them back to the real world.
Is there a place that we can that maybe you've seen a lot of activity that we should go, or that there have been a lot of demons coming from that we can inspect or check out?
So the only entrance into the crypts is the staircase that you came down from the cathedral above. The cathedral was built directly above the crypts, and we've expanded upon the crypts over the centuries, but these were what were built originally to again house the former clerics, my former brethren of brothers and sisters in the light of Torm. We haven't had anything else down here until literally just yesterday, as the dark cultists somehow found their way down here. Let me have you guys roll let me have everybody roll a perception check.
Good perception, right?
Yep. You want to roll it again, bro? You rolled a performance. There we go. You got the second one.
I realized I rolled the wrong one.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so, and I'll roll for... Let me roll for Olin. I can open his character sheet here. Perception. And where the hell did I lose Moon? There he is. And he'll do a perception with his +8. Okay, so Audrey, Olin, and Moon all kind of get a feeling that as she's saying that they haven't heard anything, she's being very truthful. But you also realize that the conversation that she had with Seltern, the druid that you guys saved, he admitted that he was grabbed almost the moment he made it to the surface. Having heard that and having recognized that these things came down almost immediately, chances are he was probably seen going out of that secret door. You can kind of put two and two together that the reason they haven't been found down here is that door up top can be hidden. And even though when you got here, remember the Maragon and those two hellhounds were kind of sniffing around it like they knew something was there, but they couldn't figure it out. Apparently the giant switch, giant lever, nobody realized was the way down. But the cultists and the Abishai figured it out. So you guys the three of you kind of put that together, that the reason they had monsters down here recently was, again, because Seltern had to go up and try to see sunlight, and they saw him exiting.
All right. Where is that? So we should probably close that secret door, I think, to make sure no one else falls down after us. I think we should explore a little bit. Though.
Yeah, when you guys came down, Seltern showed you how to close it and trick the mechanism from behind. So the door above is hidden again. So it was only exposed. So you guys, Olin pulled the thing. It revealed itself. You fought off the group with the bandit captains. Then you fought off the giant crabs and the barbed devil. It was only exposed in that brief period of time. Once you guys came down the staircase, Seltern showed you how to hide it again. So the door is re-hidden upstairs. So if you guys want to kind of explore down here, you certainly can. The game is unpaused, so I'm going to give you kind of free movement. But let's do this. Do you want to move as a group, or do you want to move individually?
Probably faster if we did individually.
What?
Well, there's already refugees down here. I don't think there's really anything down here.
Yeah. Not all of us are big giant beasts. Just saying.
Well, we can break up into Scooby-Doo 2s.
Yeah, I'm with Thelma. Where's Thelma? Because individually is not the way to go. I'll take the elephant. Can I have the elephant?
He just says Scooby-Doo 2s. I love it.
It's pretty great.
Who is the father of toddlers? It's this guy. Dude, and if I can, I will recommend Scooby-Doo Mystery Squad. Phenomenal series.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we're living this right now because he thinks we should pull it up. Yeah, we'll just send the halfling out. Yeah, it's cool.
All right. Well, the game is unpaused. If you guys want to move around, you certainly can. So what I will say is that if you moved back down kind of this way, this is the hallway where Alatar blew everything up. Dog legs down here, kind of back this way, and then back up. So the wall that you guys are on, directly on the other side of that wall, would have been where the tomb of the unknown hero is, that you guys originally looked at when you first came down with the staircases. So you guys have kind of gone a little bit of a circle around to the other side of the thick wall. But
Or guys, I got this. I'll cover the whole area in 2 moves.
Yep. But we need to
I'm
explore too.
gonna go ahead and make some omelets while Castiel just go ahead and covers the whole ground.
Map it
We
out.
can do his 90-foot dash and cover the entire perimeter in 3 seconds. I'm good.
So if you guys are moving around as you come to something, if you want a description of it, or if you want to search for something, just speak up and let me know what's going on. But it sounds like Audrey and Alatar want to kind of stay right where they're at. They can certainly do so while the rest of you guys go around. I'm not gonna restrict you to a distance there, Gary. So if you want to just kind of go start jumping your character around, go for it.
What am I looking at in here? Are those tombs?
Okay, so where you're at, Severius, you are in complete darkness, so you're really just seeing through dark vision. That's why everything is kind of that monotone or monochrome green. Excuse me. So what you're looking at is let's see where you're at in the map here. So you have found your way into one of the recessed mausoleums. These are the final resting places of some of the esteemed priests, warriors, and other dedicated servants of Elturel that have fallen over the years. As you come into this space, it is kind of cold and quiet. The candelabras or torch sconces on the wall are unlit. It is completely black. You can hear the echoes of the crypts below. but you don't see anything in here other than, again, you're seeing like sarcophagi, graves, plaques on the wall, kind of giving you the names of some of the fallen clerics.
Okay.
I'd like to pop on a torch.
Yeah,
That I can
guys
do.
look-
For, not what I wanted to do. I wanted to click on that. There's a torch for Castiel. See, that's the same.
Right.
Yep, that's gonna. So you can, as Castiel comes around, you can see that that's where Severius is just kind of hanging out in the dark by himself.
I guess investigation? Is that what I use to search my surroundings?
Sure. So as you guys are gonna go around, I'm gonna let you use investigation like once per room. Otherwise, we're gonna be, because you wouldn't know if you're successful or fail, right? The character wouldn't know the roll.
Right.
So as you look around that room, you don't find anything of note. It's just this dusty old mausoleum with a bunch of sarcophagi in it.
Did he come from this direction, or from through me?
He came the exact same way. So he just happened to go around and do it before you. So you guys went the exact same way.
Okay.
So as you kind of move up around that corner there, Severius, what you see is one of the vaults. These vaults are used to hold bodies that are waiting to be interred in another part of the cathedral, or in Elturel's cemetery, the grand cemetery that Feria mentioned to you. Any bodies that you see here were people who died after the city was drawn to Avernus. Like you see a dead body on the floor. This is a woman that was probably hiding here, and something found and killed her.
I think Moon would probably help a lot more in this area, but doing these tasks.
Do you want me to have? You can bring your little rogue buddy along. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, because investigation isn't really my strong suit. Yeah.
So as Moon is investigating this room, he notices, of course, the fallen woman. He checks her body and he realizes that the wounds on her look like they were from some kind of vicious claws and fangs, akin to what you saw in that twisted visage of the white Abishai that you guys had fought. So it looks like chances are the cultists and the Abishai were prowling around other parts of the crypts before they came upon the main crypt with all the hiding citizens. You can kind of see that there are bloody footprints moving away from her back toward the main crypt where you guys came, that look like footprints that would have been from that Abishai.
I guess we'll just nothing. Is this count two? Is this
Yep.
part of
yeah.
it?
So that's another one of those mausoleums off of it. So if it's kind of similar,
Okay.
I'm just gonna have it. I'll do a dual roll for it. I see. Meanwhile, Castiel has gone kind of far down here to the eastern section. This is another one of those vaults where there are bodies that were, they set them here to prepare them for internment, either in one of the mausoleums or in the grand cemetery above. There is another dead body here in a pool of cold blood. This person has definitely been dead for a while. Again, it looks like there's nothing in the room of particular note, but you're also able to tell that body is likely or was deceased and attacked by the dark cultists that you all fought in the hallway. You can tell from the types of piercing wounds, it looks like this person was stabbed to death with serpentine daggers.
Jesus. Okay.
Okay, as you move up into this space. So this is kind of where you've gone around the corner right there, Severius. That's another one of these mausoleums, but there's a bunch of dead bodies in here. It looks like there were some people, like a family, that was hiding in this part of the crypts, but they were systematically wiped out and killed by the cultists and the Abishai as they came through. this room here that Moon has kind of moved his way up and into. This is the Temple of the Highest. You're able to recognize this by how Feria described it to you. So this is a large temple used for private ceremonies, involving the most powerful and respected figures in Elturel. Each of the little semicircular alcoves that you see around the room have an elaborate, upright sarcophagus holding the body of a former high priest of Torm. These sarcophagus are delicately and elaborately decorated, embossed. Almost some of them kind of like Egyptian pharaohs a little bit. Where the sarcophagus is made to look a little bit like the person that's entombed inside of it. So as you look around this room, you can see that there are a number of powerful priests. Powerful warrior leaders, all of the greatest figures of Elturel. This is kind of the room where they get interred.
Definitely want to search here. Make sure we cover it. If anything's going to be somewhere. Investigation. Jesus Christ. I'm not an observant person, apparently.
Okay, so you want to have Moon investigate as well. He is going to get a 25. So explain to me, how do you want him to investigate? So you guys are kind of searching around this room. What does it look like? Are you trying to open up any of the sarcophagi, lift their lids and see what you find? Other than what I've described this far, there's the only other way you're going to find anything is if you try to open something up.
Yeah, I guess see if we can be respectful, but yeah, let's take a look inside and see if we find anything, any kind of items that we could use. I mean, if they're going to bury people with their stuff.
All right,
but yeah,
so
let's take a look around.
I'm going to pause the two of you right there because I know Castiel has kind of gone running around. I want to pause and give him a chance. So Castiel, okay. You find yourself in a... From what you heard talking with Feria, this is that council room where members of the Torm's Council could meet. So as you walk in, you see there's a large table in the center of the room made of red oak, surrounded by a number of comfortable chairs. This, again, room was often used for meetings where individuals could speak to provide counsel to the high priests. As you look at it, you can tell that it has not been used in a while. While it is still lit, with what look like magical sconces. So there's no open flame, even though they flicker like candlelight. The room itself doesn't seem to have anything else in it.
Well, I'm going to do an investigation check of the area because this is the high pollutant area. Look for any kind of secret compartments, things like that.
Okay.
I can see through walls.
Okay, so as you're searching around the room, you find underneath one of the chairs, like it's been like bound to the bottom of the chair, you find a potion of greater healing. And
Right.
See here, I can add that to your character sheet here in just a second. But other than that, so that is the only thing you find in here. Is it looks like somebody hid a potion, kind of taped it or tied it up underneath one of the chairs as if it was a hiding place. It could have been one of the citizens that was hiding. Maybe they brought it with them and they wanted to hide it rather than have it being taken from them when they joined the rest of the group. It could have been down here for some time. There's really no way to know, but you got yourself a free potion of greater healing. Okay, so I'm going to pause here and go back to Alatar and Audrey and Olin, who are still kind of just hanging out with Feria. Do you guys want to also kind of move around, or are you guys still cool staying right where you're at?
Tell me you didn't send me with Cass.
Nope, you're with Severius.
Okay, you're with me. You're my eyes and ears because I'm a big dumb battering ram.
Items.
searching rooms by bumping into walls with his shoulders.
Knocking plaster off the wall with my giant armor.
So I've lost all vision, so I'm not wandering around anywhere.
Yep. So they probably took the torches with you. I can put. Let me just
You
drop
can
this over.
search
to
the
Gary
room
here.
you're in right there for anything.
That potion is now on you, Gary. Let me go back over here to Audrey, and give her dancing lights. You may need to refresh. You should be able to see because there is some torchlight right here. But you may need to refresh to see it.
I am refreshing.
Okay. So while you guys do that, does Alatar want to hang out right there, or does he want to move around?
Alatar's cool. Just listen to the stories and.
Okay. So, oh boy. Okay. Andrew, I know you're logging in. I'm gonna have some bad news for you here in a second.
Neat.
So, you and Severius have run off. So, let me kind of get you up to speed here as you're logging in. You guys had a long rest. Everybody got all their new level 6 stuff. You had a nice long conversation with Feria where she told you that the Grand Duke is not here in the High Hall crypts. He left 3 days ago to go to the Grand Cemetery, which is a few blocks across town. He left because of 2 things. One, there were a lot of rumors that there were undead erupting up out of the Grand Cemetery, so he took some of his soldiers to go see what was happening. Additionally, there is rumor that there is a grand relic of the church, the Helm of Torm's Sight, that was being held in the cemetery. He went to see if he could try to recover that. It has been 3 days. He has not returned. Feria is worried for his safety. He had promised that he would come back to continue to protect the citizens hiding here in the crypts. You guys slept. In the next morning, rather than moving on toward the cemetery, Severius and Castiel have decided that they want to check out some of the crypts. Feria gave them a rundown of what the different rooms are. You and Severius find yourself in what was the name of it? The Temple of the Highest. So the room that you're currently in, as you log in, you will see that you've got a little bit of torchlight over here to the left, but you're also using some of your dark vision. You're kind of in the middle of this large stone crypt space, but it has a number of sarcophagi and statuary that are all really elaborately and delicately carved, almost kind of like Egyptian pharaohs, where it's a depiction of the person that's inside the sarcophagus, inlaid with gold and silver and that kind of thing. Feria had asked, hoping that you guys would not desecrate any of the grave sites, because this is where the high and mighty of Elturel have been interred. So these are former clerics, warrior priests, leaders of the city, etc., that have been buried here, and you're in kind of the most elite.
Sorry.
Well, that's okay. You're in kind of the most elite room of folks. You and Severius decided to investigate. You rolled really, really high, so your investigation is positive. The thing is that other than looking at what you look at, the only way to really see if there's anything in here of value would be to jiggle or move some of the sarcophagus lids around, which Ryan decided you were going to do. So as you do that...
I dispute that.
He said you were curious like a cat and you would absolutely try to bat the bones around.
Hey, you're much better at this than I am.
Hang on. If I was a dog, yes. Now, is there string?
Funny you ask. This thing pops up out of the sarcophagus next to you as you begin to move its lid and moans at you as it steps up kind of out of the sarcophagus as the lid falls away as it pushes at it. That's what it looks like. It has long cloth wraps that are kind of falling off of its body all over. The odor of rotten flesh and flesh being turned to dust kind of erupts up out of the sarcophagus as the lid falls back, and this thing begins to move forward. The three of you are going to have to roll for initiative.
Okay.
So you see this thing
Where's
kind
our
of
clear?
you see this thing kind of pop up and out. Yeah, they're way over where they can't hear you at all. So this thing pops up and out.
Was there an initiative thing that usually that pops up, or do I just need to roll it?
So if you go to the combat tracker, the die will be there.
I'm just so used to seeing it pop up or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, sweet.
So I will tell you guys. So I had mentioned this at the very top of the order. So Ryan and Andrew, you may not have heard it. Your DM was very stupid this morning, and I usually do not update modules on the day that we play when I can't test them. But like a fool, I did. Something in the automation has busted, so when we attack, it's not going to automatically roll through everything. We're going to have to do some of it manually. You'll kind of see what it looks like. Basically, you're going to attack something. The chat card will give you an attack button and a damage button. You'll have to click on those manually to make things proceed through the workflow. So I'm going to go ahead and begin this combat. As that is happening, oh yeah, that's happening. We're going to have to figure out what we want to do with the other folks. So Castiel can 110% keep moving around, but Alatar, Olin, and Audrey are all kind of still in their same spot because they chose not to kind of move around. They're resting and relaxing and checking their shit out and fixing weapons and all that kind of fun stuff. So what I would like to do, however, is I want to add... So what I would say is this. As we go through pieces, Gary, I'm going to have Castiel do his actual regular movement, so that if there is a chance you're going to come in on this combat, if you keep moving around, you may accidentally come across them. If you do, we'll do it based on movement. So we'll try and stick it... I will have you go at the top of each round. So we are at the top of the round right now, so I'm going to let Castiel do his movement. I can see you have moved into another room. Does Castiel want to do something in here?
Yeah, well, what does this room entail?
So as you move into it, this room, again, from the descriptions that you got from Feria, is the Hall of Scholars. So she had mentioned that there was a simple crypt where the room is filled with the remains of those who worked for Elturel through knowledge and intellect rather than through might of arms or magical skill. These are teachers, engineers, sages, public servants, etc. As you look about the room, you can see there are plain stone shelves and 11 alcoves, each of which holds a different set of remains.
Do an investigation. See if
Okay.
there's any investigation.
Yep. So as you look around the room, you don't really find anything of note in here other than, again, those alcoves filled with the remains of former public servants of the city. So I will let you do your movement from there, and then I'm going to jump us over into the actual combat round, where up first is going to be Moon. So you see this thing kind of jumping up out of the ground at you.
I presume since I was fiddling with the lid, I don't have my weapons drawn then.
I will let you draw them as a free action. So as this thing is like pushing the lid back, you were able to kind of stumble back and pull your weapons as combat began.
Then I stab it because oh god, a mummy.
My move's up.
So you've got it. So that unfortunately is going to be a miss with your first attack. With the offhand, that's going to be a hit. And I don't think you don't get your sneak attack, right? Because we don't have anything that would give you advantage right there.
You know what? Actually, hang on. Swashbuckler might.
I'm trying to remember because I know you got something. You got expertise and something else this time. I'm just gonna jump over and check your character sheet here real quick.
Yeah, it's not the expertise. I think it might be rakish audacity, maybe.
Just grabbing your features here real quick.
Yes, if I am within 5 feet of a creature and no other creature is within 5, or no other allies within 5 feet of you, and I don't have disadvantage, I do get it. It's rakish audacity.
Yep, there it is. Yep.
Oh.
Well, that is a heck of a hit. Holy crap, you rolled perfect 6s on 2 of the 3, and a 5 on the 3rd, man. That's a hell of a hit.
Yeah, or panic-induced fear. We'll do that. And then, speaking of said panic-induced fear, run away.
Run near me because I have aura protection now.
Okay.
You know, maybe behind you and hide like a little scared cat.
That's fine.
Okay, so that's going to be your turn. That's going to bring us to Severius.
Okay.
We'll get him.
I'm going to cast Protection from Good and Evil on myself.
Okay, so that protects you against aberrations, celestials, elementals, phase, and undead. So this will obviously protect you against the mummy. Several benefits. It will have disadvantage on attack rolls. Got it. And you can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed. Got it. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just... There's no aura or anything that goes with that. I'm just going to remove one of your spell slots to show that it's been used. Boom. There we go. So 3 of 4. Okay, so you have got protection. From undead. Okay, so that was... And that is an action, so you can do a bonus action and movement.
I'll move forward, and I will use my bonus action, my shield bash. I'm sure with my new feet.
Let's see here. So you won't be able to do that because you have to take the attack action to be able to use it. And you didn't take an attack, you cast a self spell.
The bash or the knockdown from Shield Master is an action? I thought it was a bonus action.
Let's see here.
If you take the attack action on your turn, you can use a bonus action to try and shove a creature. But I didn't take an attack action.
Correct.
I cast a spell. Okay.
Back up just a bit.
Okay, that's you know what then, and if I can't do that, I want to stay where I was. I might as well walk up next to him and not be able to do anything.
Gotcha. Okay, so this thing is doesn't have a whole lot of movement, but it does have 20 feet, so it's gonna go at least that far. And it does get to do multi-attack. So as it steps up, you hear it like groaning. The sound of its kind of like cloth-wrapped feet dragging across the ground. As it gets close, it is going to, not knowing anything about what it's doing or the protection that Severius has, it's going to target who's in the front rank here. So he's going to target Severius and casts his Dreadful Glare. So Dreadful Glare, you have to make DC 11 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened, which you can't, correct? The protection from good and evil, I think, and you made it anyway. If you failed it... You would have been frightened, but you can't be frightened. And if it was worse than a 5, you would have been paralyzed. But you rolled a 23, so we're all good there. So that is one of its attacks. It is then going to try and take a swing at you with its rotting fist. And it misses completely. Basically, it steps forward as you hoist your shield in front of you. There's like this just dry cracking sound as one of its ancient bone-like hands smacks into the shield, and you can literally hear like the cracking of bones in the wrist as it just continues to paw at you. And I never actually moved to the mummy, so I'm gonna do that. Take it back to the top of the order for Moon. But before Moon goes, we're gonna jump back over. Alatar, Olin, and Audrey. Anything you guys want to do?
Hey, what's going on?
We're fighting a mummy.
So they're like 100 feet to the west through twisting tunnels, having a really bad fight with an undead mummy.
No. Alatar
we have no
hears
idea.
something, but he's not sure where it's happening. He's like, hey, guys, anyone see my nachos? My nachos are... You guys somewhere? What happened?
No nachos. But as you say nachos, you see that Sir Lancelot gets really interested. Like his nose perks up, and he's super excited about nachos.
Well, I could give him some good pets and ask him if he knows where the nachos are to lead the way.
Just do that a little bit there. Okay, so I think we could actually we could do that. Let me check. You know what? While they're gonna follow Sir Lancelot, look at your character sheet real quick, Ryan. Can you speak to your steed? I mean, he's basically like a familiar for you that you can ride. Can you talk to him?
What did you say, Lassie?
I'm just wondering if you have any kind of connection with him. So, Cassiel, how far would you like to move? All right. So as you get to the point, let me have you roll a perception check for me. We're gonna do a DC of 12.
Would it be a perception check or would it be a passive perception?
Just no. So I'm gonna have you actually, because you're kind of on your toes, moving around down here, sneaking, checking stuff out, that kind of thing. I want to have you do an active perception. Yep. You don't hear anything. Okay. So as this is happening, as we get to this point in the round, just to the north of you, Moon, you see another lid slide off, and another creature begins to climb out, pushing its way from another sarcophagus near you. But it is Moon's turn. What would Moon like to do?
He's gonna say sorry every single step he takes, and use his feline agility to get around to the other side of this mummy. To there.
Okay.
We're going basically the long way. And then he will stabby stab this one. Advantage is alt, or do I need to even do it?
You shouldn't need to. It should just be able to pop up. It's like when you do the attack, it should ask you if you hit, it'll give you a damage roll, and you can choose to.
Mine did that. Mine all automated everything based on my macro still, so I didn't even get any pop-ups.
Gotcha. So just let's I want to say it's the Alt key for MIDI to do an automated advantage roll. Yep. Yeah. So it looks like it automated the damage too. Very nice.
Yeah, my macro. Yeah, everything's still working for me for some reason.
Yeah, maybe it's just on my end. I'm playing in the actual Foundry client, not the. Well, no, I'm on the server side. What am I saying? This is Molten hosting. I'm not my local install. Okay, so as you step up, you're able to sink your daggers into its, or your rapier, excuse me, into its back again. From your angle, Severius, you actually see like the rapier comes directly through this thing's rib cage. There's not a whole lot holding this thing together. But as the silvered weapon passes through, chipping off pieces of bone and dried sinew and flesh, you get like this smell of like rotten flowers or whatever this mummy was stuffed with to preserve it. But you can hear it, it just continues to kind of flop its ruined hand at Severius's shield as Moon is able to stab it from behind.
And he tries to do so again.
So as you go to pull your rapier back out, you're able to dig your dagger into this thing's back as well. And as you separate your two hands, pulling both of your weapons from its torn wrappings, parts of its spine and rib cage come cracking out in a puff of dust from its back before you. Yes, Corey, they split the party.
I had nothing to do with this part.
We did a Scooby-Doo split.
Yeah, they did Scooby-Doo 2s. Okay, and then you're able to kind of back out of it. So we'll pause there. So that's going to bring us to Severius's turn. I want to pause there for a second because what I want to ask is, did you look and see, do you have any way to speak with Lancelot from a distance or telepathically or anything like that?
I found something on... it says we can speak back and forth telepathically within a mile of each other. I put it in Discord chat.
Okay, so at this point, you could certainly tell Lancelot, hey boy, bring the posse. We're getting attacked. And like give him kind of an idea, follow my scent to get here type of thing if you wanted.
I do exactly that. Hey, Scoob, tell the rest that we ran into the ghost.
Various.
And bring the cavalry, please.
Okay, so before I have you go on your turn, what I'm going to say is all of a sudden, Alatar, Olin, Audrey, Lancelot is like jumping back and forth, trying to get you guys to follow him. He seems very, very agitated and wants you to follow.
What is it, boy? Is there a fire? Is there a fire?
Timmy's down the well.
So if you guys want to follow him, what I will say is that you can go a maximum distance of what Audrey can run, which would be 50 feet. So if you want to begin following Lancelot...
What if Audrey can be... What if she's backpacked?
It would reduce your movement unless you want to have Audrey ride Sir Lancelot. Do we want to have our halfling bard ride him into battle? Because I'm all about
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely, if he has a strong leather saddle.
So he can. So the saddle actually is sized for Severius, so it'll be a bit big for you, but you can hold on and have a good time. So you guys can move up to 50 feet.
I have strong knees. I can clench. It's okay.
So I'm gonna actually figure out. So if he was coming from here, and he can go.
It's 50 for Olin. Stubby legs carried him 50 feet.
All right. So what you guys are going to see is, let me do this here. Sir Lancelot's going to go running to here. I'm going to pull Audrey over to him. So he has gone running a pretty great distance because he can do up to 100 feet. So he's going to pause here for you guys to kind of come down around the corners and see him. So Olin ran how far? You did a dash?
Yeah, 50 feet.
All right, so Alatar, you can move up to, 60 feet, I think, if you dash? Yeah, so you can do 60 feet. So you see Olin goes running over here.
Okay.
So if you want to move toward him and figure out how far you can go, as you guys kind of get down into this hallway here eventually on your turns, you'll be able to see Audrey and Sir Lancelot waiting for you around the corner. So we're going to let that happen on Severius's round. So now, Severius, you get to actually take your actions and attacks and all that kind of fun stuff. So you still got this mummy in front of you pawing at your shield. You no longer have flanking, so you don't automatically get advantage on him.
My bad.
No, that's all right.
Yeah. I will swing my deadly mace.
Make sure you target him. Because it even though the automation's being weird, it'll still automate the damage.
Should I use the button or should I use the sheet?
Use the button. See what happens. Live dangerously. That is going to be a hit for a whole bunch of fucking damage. And what we see as you swing is that this mummy is going to crumple into a bunch of different parts. So what does this look like? How do you want to do it as you drop this mummy before you?
While it's pawing at my shield, I bring my mace overhead and drop it down on top of its head, and it just keeps going all the way through its body, all the way to the ground, and splits it in half, and it starts to crumble like dust. And I'm a little surprised. I have to pull my mace out of the ground a little bit.
Excellent. Okay. So as you drop it, so that is your attack, but you can still do bonus action and movement if you want. So from just north of you, you hear another one of these shambling as it comes up out of its sarcophagus before you. What would you like to do before we end your turn?
Oh, I'll pull back a little bit.
Okay. Back toward the dark. Excellent. So that mummy's dead. That brings us here. This thing can go a whopping 20 feet, which actually will let it close the distance. Just to there. It again, not knowing any better, is going to try and do its dreadful glare, which you are going to be immune to. You can do the roll, but I don't think it's going to make a difference because you can't be frightened because of your spell. But it is then going to attack as well.
Oh, I get a shield master evasion.
And it is going to miss.
Something popped up that said shield master evasion.
So that's that is a reaction. You do not have to use it because the paladin becomes all about action economy. You get 2 attacks per round. You get a bonus action and a reaction per combat round. So if you use that reaction, you couldn't take another one. If you use the bonus action of knocking something back with your shield, you don't get another bonus action that round. So it's all about what you want to balance. In that case, it didn't hit you.
There's no reason to use it.
Yeah,
But,
I don't think so.
What happens if I use it? It's just a reaction.
Is that the Yeah, so if you're subjected to any kind of effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw, which that would not be, that was a wisdom saving throw. It allows you to take only half damage, or you can use your reaction to take no damage. So that reaction, again, you wouldn't want to use it right there because you didn't take anything. But if it was a wisdom saving throw, you could use it. If it was a dexterity saving throw, you could take half damage, or you can take your reaction to take no damage on a saving throw.
Okay.
I'll memorize the whole shield master thing eventually.
No, I only need to worry about it if I get hit.
Yeah.
Then it might be done.
Correct. So, and again, this thing is not hitting you hard enough to get through your shield or your armor. That is going to be its turn. It's going to take us back to the top of the order, but before we have Moon go, I'm going to have Castiel go ahead and move however far he wants to move. What I will say is when you get here, I want you to roll another perception check for me. So again, Castiel doesn't hear anything. So at this point, whether you go north or south is totally up to you. Of course, he goes north. I love it.
I don't find anything either.
But so again, this is another one of those vault spaces. You can see that there are some dead bodies of some folks that were caught down here by the Abishai and the cultists, but you don't see anything else in the room. That is going to bring us to the movement for Alatar, Olin, and Audrey riding Sir Lancelot. So before I move Sir Lancelot and Audrey, I want to make sure Olin and Alatar have a chance to kind of see where they're going down the hallway. So I'll let you guys move first. I know Corey just had to step out, so I'm just going to move him. I'll move him his 50 feet just to make sure he doesn't.
It's at a turn point, like you're making a multi-pronged run there.
Space bar.
Space bar.
Yep.
Or right click, one of the two.
Yeah. So as you drag, if you just right click, or excuse me, normal left click, you can. So as long as you're still holding the control key, if you left click, it lets you make a path. If you right click, it erases the last one. So Corey can get to there and kind of see Audrey and Sir Lancelot ahead of them. I'm going to go ahead and let Alatar move.
Not sure if I moved. I'm not sure if I moved past my limits.
Corey, I just moved you. I moved your the maximum range you could dash, so you can now see ahead of you. You can see where Audrey and Lancelot are headed. I'm going to let Alatar move. I'm going to go ahead and move. Let's see here. That's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. All right, so Audrey and Sir Lancelot go galloping around the corner. You guys see Audrey's dancing lights disappear in front of you as she kind of goes down here and takes this right-hand turn. That's ahead of you there, Dig. So Sir Lancelot is kind of going at full speed, so he covers a lot of ground when he is running. So you guys the two of you are kind of getting left behind, but you can at least see where they were headed in what general direction. That's going to bring us back to Moon.
All right, Moon does stuff. Again, kind of going the not close route, and then stabby.
All right, so Moon goes kind of sliding around to gain advantage, again, attacking the mummy from behind. His weapon's a blur. From your vantage point, again, Severius, you just see like rapiers and daggers sticking through the cloth and desiccated flesh of the mummy. Again, that weird odor of rotten flowers and some kind of preservative seem to drift up off of the mummy as Moon tears through the cloth layers that are still holding it together.
He does this a little remorsefully while still apologizing because he knows this is still his fault.
That is going to bring us to Severius.
All right. I'm gonna swing my big old mace. Nice.
Very nice. So that is going to be a very solid hit. What else would you like to do?
And I will swing one more time.
There you go. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So,
He's still alive.
yeah, that did. whatever formula it's using on the dice looks friggin' weird, but it works. So as you tear into this thing, your mace is just knocking entire pieces of this mummy off of itself. So like as your first swing comes through, the left shoulder that had originally reached out with that rotting hand to try and claw at you, you blast it clear off of its body. Parts of the bones just erupting in dust as the limb is literally removed from the rest of the corpse. As you swing back in the opposite direction, this time you can hear the entire side of its rib cage just impacts inward, and it's this mummy looks like a puzzle piece now. There is just a huge dented section of its chest cavity crushed back toward its spine, bits and pieces of bones falling out of the now torn cloth wrappings that were holding together. All of the dried herbs and flowers that it had been stuffed with to preserve it are just pouring out of its chest cavity onto the floor at your feet, and it stumbles back, just kind of dazed from the massive power of those two strikes. Anything else that Severius would like to do on this turn?
I will try to use my bonus action to shove the creature.
Okay.
See how that works.
So it's a try and shove. So a shove is contested in 5th edition. So basically what you're trying to do is push it back using your strength, and it's going to contest using its. Let me just check something here real quick, because I don't know. I think it's a straight up. I think it is a straight up strength check, but it might be athletics, which you may have a bonus to. So let me just check here. We haven't done an actual shove thus far in the game, believe it or not. So you can roll a strength or athletics check. So you can roll an athletics check. I will then contest it using athletics or dexterity acrobatics, whichever I want to use. If you succeed, in other words, if it's straight up contest. If you roll higher than me, the target will be incapacitated and knocked back 5 feet. So if you want to roll athletics or strength, the mummy's going to roll strength as well.
I'll do athletics. Got a better bonus on that one. Damn.
So as you bash the mummy, even though it is shredded to bits with its chest cavity kind of forced in, you're surprised at just how solid this creature still is. Whatever malevolent energies have allowed this undead creature to rise, make it very steadfast and very solid in its determination. That...
I'm not gonna lie, I am very happy with that outcome.
With that, it is going to again try to attack with its dreadful glare, not knowing that that's not going to do anything, and then with its rotten fist. It is going to miss on all of that and just kind of flail uselessly at Severius again. That's going to bring us back onto the top of the order. I want to allow our folks here who are running to make their moves. So you guys can go ahead and take your... So Sir Lancelot's going to go running that way. With him on his back is Audrey. So Audrey, as you come into the room, all of a sudden Moon and Severius, your eyes are temporarily blinded as they switch from dark vision back over to actual regular vision. As Audrey comes rushing in with her dancing lights sparkling around the room, atop Sir Lancelot, who comes sliding to a stop, having been called by his master. I will let Olin and Altar, if you guys want to keep dashing down around that corner as far as you can on your turn. And then Castiel, you can choose to move and let me know what you'd like to do.
Olin already did.
Okay. I'll let Alatar can move himself when he is ready. Okay, so with that successful perception check this time, you can hear the sounds of combat. You can hear the jangling of harness as if something very large and heavy was running with a saddle on it, coming directly from that southern room below you.
Laughing at myself, like, yeah, I'm still going north. No.
Okay.
Be there.
Yep. So as you come to the space, you can just see that there are some shining lights and that kind of thing on the other side of that wall, and you can hear the sounds of combat from within the room. Based on, again, the conversation that you had with Feria, you can recognize this as being, what was it called? The Hall of Triumphs, I think it was.
The pit of despair.
Temple of the Temple of the Highest.
Request.
Temple of the Highest. That's what it was. Okay, that is going to bring us to Moon. So you see Audrey and Sir Lancelot come sliding into the room. Severius, meanwhile, has been decimating his mighty swings, literally knocking parts of this mummy about the room. What would Moon like to do?
He would like to point out that he is also significantly damaging these things.
Oh,
And then
absolutely.
he would like to continue seriously damaging these things.
Olin would like to point out that he has short legs.
Yeah, and everybody's leaving him behind. So with that mighty swing of your rapier, well placed, this mummy is going to drop. How do you want to do this? What does it look like?
Moon happens just to see a nice little open spot that may have just got opened up by a crazy bash from the front. He's going to duck down and basically do kind of like an uppercut stab, entering this guy's lower back and going up through his throat.
Excellent. And with that, we are going to go ahead and end combat. I'm going to switch us back over to this so we get away from that combat music. And you guys have got two dead mummies here directly in front of you at your feet. I'm going to go ahead and just pull. So Alatar and Olin, if you guys want to move down, you're going to come to this junction, take a northerly turn, and you'll come up into that Temple of the Highest, which you guys will find. Your friends in here standing over the bodies of some dead mummies. Castiel, if you want to move down further into the room, you can certainly do so. I want to back us up a second to Moon, even though not marching order, not combat order. The reason I want to do that is Moon. Andrew, you came into this, we had already rolled, so you kind of came into a very shitty situation. But what I will say is that your character had rolled so highly, even though it initiated this combat, as you moved the sarcophagus lid a little bit before this thing erupted out, you noticed that the mummy seemed to have some items on its person, or on its body. So this is that first one. As you would be drawn to look over that corpse, knowing what you saw as you initially moved that sarcophagus lid, you notice that this mummy is adorned with a very fine, refined set of leather bracers that, even though the other pieces on it have all begun to rot or fall apart in some way, shape, or form, the bracers on this creature wrapped around its forearms are still in mint-looking condition, as if these things have not been damaged in any way, shape, or form. As you kind of also paw a little bit through its clothing, you realize that in its center cavity, which has now been torn open and bits and pieces of, again, all those preservative herbs and flowers have fallen out, you find a glittering yellow diamond.
Ooh, shiny.
I bet
I'm
that's
not touching
magical.
it.
I guess since I've seen them already and they're so shiny and nice, I will remove the bracers and take the diamond. A little bit, knowing that shamefully because I know I wasn't supposed to do any of this. But since it's here, there's no kind of check to I guess appraise the gemstone. Is there at all anything like that?
So, I mean, you could certainly try to roll like a perception or investigation, see if you can figure anything out about it. So if it depends on what you're trying to look for, right? Are you trying to figure out how much it's worth, or are you trying to see if it has some kind of properties? Are you trying to test to see if it's magical? All of that would be different.
Okay, I have a follow-up question then.
Mm-hmm.
The glittery shininess, is it like an unnatural kind of glitteriness, or is it like, the dancing lights reflecting off the gemstone kind of glitter?
So the glitter is just because it's a yellow diamond. So any kind of light that hits it is going to cause it to shine.
Then I would go for money.
Okay, go ahead and roll an investigation for me. We'll do it as an active look. So as you look it over, you can tell it is a yellow diamond. It is the let's say the size of your pinky fingernail. It's about that size in terms of breadth and width. I probably shouldn't say that tabaxis have claws. It's probably bigger. It's about the size of Audrey's pinky fingernail. So it's a good sized diamond. But it looks like might be some, like as you look at it kind of closely, as if there might be flaws or something in the actual diamond itself.
All right, and then I don't know anything about bracers, so I imagine since I have no magical abilities, I wouldn't know how to detect if they were magic even.
Mm-hmm. So the rest of you see Moon pull these two items out of the mummies. What would you guys like to do?
I say, oh, pretty. I bet our sorcerer might be able to figure that out.
Where is he?
He's
Probably
down here.
drinking some beer somewhere.
I'm gonna pull him up into the room so you guys can all kind of see everything that's going on here.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Woohoo!
Hey, I found stuff.
It sounded like there was something going on.
Moon points
found
to
some-
mummies and just goes,
We found some
"Mummies."
mummies.
Oh. Well,
Moon
those
is
are
not
bad.
looking directly at anybody's eyes right now. It's all looking down.
Mummies are bad. Don't touch them.
Now Moon looks at him. He goes, "What?"
That's from
Well,
that's from
definitely,
I touched it.
personal experience.
definitely don't lick them. It's not good to lick them.
I didn't do that, but I did touch them. But I got these cool bracers. I think.
They're very salty.
They're a bit dusty.
And a bit dry. I mean, if you have a glass of milk, it's okay.
Well, what can Alatar do for you?
Well, it strikes me as weird that these bracers are in such good conditions for something so old while everything else is decayed. So I don't know. Maybe there's something special about them.
Well, I don't know if I can. I can take a look at them.
I can identify them.
Let the identifier go.
I'll just hold them out between the two.
I can watch you put him on and see if you spontaneously combust.
Nope. Negative.
Turn
Not
into a
happening.
mummy.
I think you float them out there,
Okay,
and
so-
we figure out what's going on.
So if Olin wants to so he's got two different items. He's got this yellow diamond that has like a weird either flaws or spark inside of it, and then he's got these bracers that look like they've had no damage even though they were wrapped around a mummy. Does Olin want to identify both? Want to identify one? Does anybody else want to look at these items?
Alatar will take a look.
I could try, but I don't think I'll get it.
At the bracers.
Okay. So as you look at the bracers, go ahead and roll a let's have you roll an Arcana check. So these look like really, really well-made leather bracers. On the back side, where they would normally just have like just more refined leather, it looks like there might be some fine silvered metal run through them just a little bit. They look like they're of expert craftsmanship, but other than that, you don't recognize anything else about them.
They look well made.
Give me a minute for each of those, and I can identify them.
All right. So is Olin going to use 2 identify spells then?
I suppose 2 first level slots.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and put you at 2 of 4 on your first levels. So Olin, using his holy symbol, takes a moment to pray over both. Both light up briefly as he is taking a look at them, kind of turning them in his hands. The yellow diamond glows a brighter yellow, and from within it, you can see that there is some kind of a spark. As you do that, you see Olin nod. He recognizes what it is. He then does the same thing with the bracers. They also glow. And what you learn is that you have found 2 magical items. So first, the gem, the yellow diamond, is a yellow diamond elemental gem. It holds a mote of elemental energy inside of it. You can use an action to break this gem, either smashing it with a weapon, throwing it to hard ground, etc. But if you break it open, an earth elemental will be summoned as if you have used the conjure elemental spell. You will then be able to control that elemental the way that you could with the spell, but it is a one-time use. Once you have cracked it open, the gem's magic will be lost. The bracers, so Olin takes a look at them and he recognizes them as dwarven craftsmanship. He actually is able to see that he can find a maker's mark on the inside of the leather branded into it. And he tells you that you have found a set of Dendron's bracers. Dendron was a famous dwarven battlesmith. These are bracers of defense. The magical properties being that if you wear these bracers, you will gain a +2 to your armor class if you are wearing no armor and using no shield. So if you are basically armorless and shieldless, these will give you a bonus to your armor class.
Nice. Well, does that count for leather armor? Does leather armor count against that?
Yeah. Yep. Any type of armor or shield will negate the effects.
Sigh.
So they're perfect for me.
Is anyone not wearing armor?
You're a monk.
Are you wearing?
Those are monk.
I wear
Those
cloth.
are monk bracers.
Oh, cool.
Those are
Then
monk bracers.
nice. Well,
Or
that's
if there's like a straight
+2.
sorcerer, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you were to
Well, the
give
monk
those,
will work better because he's always getting hit.
yeah, if you give them to,
I mean, you can work just as much as I do. Just because Jamie rolls crits whenever he holds.
let me
Yeah, I know.
just-
I know.
I'm just setting these up so it'll actually give, if we put them on your character and you equip them, it will actually modify your armor class and give you a +2. Where's the strength, initiative, movement? God damn it, where's the AC? Oh.
Well, while he does that,
Yep.
If it's okay with you guys, would it be okay if I kept on to this gem? I think it might be very useful if on one of my scouting missions I get seen.
I'm fine with that. Go ahead and keep it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Save it for a big baddie.
let me put these bracers over here on Castiel, and if we equip them, his armor class did not go up. Let me take a quick look here. Edit. Effects.
Thing for attuned item. Do I click that? You've got them equipped, but I think it's saying I'm not attuned.
I don't think I had these as set.
It just went up. I clicked
Yep.
attuned.
Yeah, they require
jumped me.
attunement. Yep. There you go. So that is your
Sweet.
first attuned magic item, and your monk now has an armor class of 18, ladies and gentlemen,
I will
Damn,
look
nice.
for-
making him
to the
that
very
much
last
more
sentence.
reckless.
Well, he might survive by the time we get to him then.
Alrighty. So at this point, it is almost 4:30 in the afternoon. You guys have kind of made your way around a bunch of parts of the crypts. Do you want to continue searching? Do you want to make your way out? What would you guys like to do?
Do I need to manually add that gem to my inventory?
Oh, let me drag it over to you here. I actually just
Okay.
added it into inventory. Imported. There it is. Elemental gem. You should see it show up under your equipment.
Yep, I got it.
I'm not going to make you equip it to use it. If you want to add it as a favorite, so it sits on your attributes page, that kind of thing, however you want to handle it. Just, again, it's an action, and that's in or out of combat. If you don't have the, which you wouldn't being a rogue, but the Conjure Elemental spell, you can look it up on D&D Beyond and use it as a reference.
Okay.
Yep. So, what would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna scoop the mummy remains and put them back into the scoop them back and put them back in their coffin there and close it shut.
Very cool.
I'll help. Because I still feel bad.
Just a little more information for you, by the way, Andrew. So that lets you call forth an elemental servant. You can choose either air, earth, fire, or water. It will fill a 10-foot cube within range, and the range is 90 feet. It will be an elemental of challenge rating 5 or lower, will appear for you. It's friendly to you and your companions for the duration. It lasts for a minute. It does have to roll initiative if you use it in combat. But there's a bunch of examples of elementals you could use, like a steam mephit, dust mephits, magma mephits, gargoyles, air elementals, earth elementals, invisible stalkers. All of those are possible for you to be able to summon, and they're all on that D&D Beyond Conjure Elemental page if you want to take a look at it. But just so you have an idea of kind of how it would be used in combat, is that you could crack it, pick a spot within 90 feet. It takes up a 10-foot radius space, and you get to choose what type of elemental it'll be. Or we could get crazy and you could just roll for it. I can give you a table of 4 or 5 items, and we'll see what magically appears.
Cool.
Yep. Okay, so quick party talk time. What do you guys want to do? In or out? We staying in the crypts? Do you want to try and head out toward the cemetery? It is
When
getting.
I put this other mummy back, do I see anything in the other crypt? Maybe?
You can do another investigation if you like. So as you look through this one, you're not finding anything similar to items you would want to pilfer. You don't see any stones or gems or that kind of thing.
Did we check these rooms just to the right here?
So these are more mausoleums, again, with more sarcophagi and crypts that you can see. If you want to search them, you certainly can.
What's that statue in the middle? I'm sure you described it earlier, but I'm curious.
So this is, again, this is the Temple of the Highest. So all of the sarcophagi and statues in here are of the greatest leaders and warrior clerics and magic users that Elturel has ever had in their leadership or as important members of their city. So each of these different crypts is like the carven likeness of whom is buried within. This statue over here is actually a statue to Torm.
Oh, cool. So I just desecrated the graves of heroes while Torm watched. That's fine.
Yep. See, this is what happens when you show up late, Andrew.
It is. It very much is.
This is why we don't let Severius run characters.
I mean, I got the car, so I'm good. It was worth it in the end, and I'm not dead, so.
All right. Let's move on to the other rooms if we cleared this one. And I never find anything, but we might want to check the rooms that our monk looked at already, just in case.
So to theater the mind this so that we don't have to kind of keep moving around the map, let me have everybody go ahead and roll an active investigation check for me. We'll say that everybody goes searching through all of the rooms, and we'll use the highest two rules here to represent our results. So 9, a 6, 12 coming out strong.
Could I just perceive things, or do I have to actually investigate?
So it depends on what you're doing. So if you're just trying to kind of look around, that's perception. If you want to actively search to see if you can find hidden items, that kind of thing, that would be investigation. If all Olin wants to do is kind of walk through the rooms and you're checking out the statuary and the carvings and that kind of stuff, you can roll perception.
Yeah, just seeing if he notices anything.
Yep. All right. So as you guys kind of walk around through the spaces, the rooms where Castiel has already been and searched through, you don't find anything else. It's as Feria had mentioned. It's a large crypt system. You guys do find a number of dead bodies of families or people who had been hiding here that got caught by the cultists and the Abishai that came through. You find a number of mausoleums and vaults. The Hall of Scholars and the chamber room that Castiel had looked through, you guys also looked through. You don't find anything else. Whether Castiel wants to tell you that he found that potion of greater healing is up to him, because nobody was with him when he got it. But there's nothing else down here that you guys find investigating or perceiving as you kind of walk around. And if you continue, so the direction that everybody came here on the southern side, if you continued along the northern side where Castiel was, you would just loop back around to the crypt where Feria and all of the Elturelians are hiding.
Was this a room with the where I am, where the lady with the sword was? Yep.
That's the tomb of the unknown
actually
hero.
in here.
Correct. So there is that kind of like odd protective light that beams down around her. That as you get closer to it, fills you with a sense of peace and safety. But you guys may remember it had like almost like a shield wall around it. Like as you lean forward or touch it, your hand is not able to penetrate that light to get to her. But you can see that it's just her preserved body and the great sword that she supposedly used to kill the dragon.
So the tomb is magically protected.
From what you can tell by looking at it, sure. Severius is splitting the party again, and I am extremely tempted to drop another mummy on him.
There's all these families in here.
Yeah. So the room that you just looked in up there, Severius, that was the one where Gary found the potion. So that's the chamber room. This one was the Hall of Scholars, where all the public servants were buried. Otherwise, you come around in a complete loop back to where you guys started.
Okay. And I want to grab some of that. You said that was holy water, right?
So it is a font of holy water that they've been using as drinking water as well.
I'm going to take some of that myself.
Okay. Can certainly do so.
And I think if we search everything, I guess we're good.
All right. So do you guys want to head out before it gets too dark and see how much of the city you can get through, trying to head toward the cemetery? What would you guys like to do?
Yeah, we can head out.
I just added a flask of holy water to your character sheet for you, Ryan. Okay.
Thank you.
So if you guys want to head out, we will theater the mind our way back up the staircase, up into the cathedral. You don't find any more, any additional creatures up there, but the ones that you had killed are still there. You make your way back out the front doors, back here to kind of the front gate where you had come in. So you guys may remember our lovely map of Elturel here. Way over here is where you guys had first appeared. You made your way up over the bridge of Torm's Reach, and then down these side streets to the High Hall. Now, the instructions that Feria gave you let you know that the cemetery is down the hills toward the far west side of town. So if you're looking at like that large map, you will see that there is this space way over here. Looks like it's filled with a whole bunch of like headstones and mausoleums and crypts and stuff. That's the grand cemetery that you're trying to get to. So knowing that,
Where was that?
way over there.
Oh, fuck. Cool.
That's a long way.
Yeah, so it is down the hill, as I mentioned, toward the far side, kind of near the outer wall of the city. So if you guys want to make it in that direction, I need to know kind of how you guys want to go. So if you want to draw your pathway on the map again, you can certainly do so. I'm just wondering how far do we want to try and get, what your path is going to be, etc.
Just a thought.
Yeah. I like that.
Okay, so it looks like you guys are kind of suggesting that you move down and around some of the main thoroughfares, getting down toward the western side of the city. I'm sorry, what was that?
Is this a cliff down?
Correct. So the High Hall itself is built atop the tallest point of the city. So what you're seeing here all around it
The worst dick butt ever.
are cliff faces that go down quite a distance. Like you're dozens upon dozens of feet up, which is why the High Hall was such a defensive area. And you can see it looks like parts of the High Hall have broken off and like fallen down the hill to smash into the homes below. I love that Ryan has drawn a dick butt and that this will officially be on my YouTube channel.
It's a piss poor dick butt.
It's a friendly shrimp. It's a shrimp. It's a friendly shrimp guy.
So it looks like you guys have kind of looked at like you're selecting like two different paths, but it looks like thus far you guys kind of want to go this direction down the hill. This is kind of where it begins to diverge a little bit. Are you guys okay with that? I'll move the party to there.
Yeah, we can go there and then just see what it looks like, up ahead, kind of a thing.
Okay. So as you guys get to this part of the city, what you're seeing is that you do have a lot of the same kind of issues that you had as you moved through the city the first time after landing in Elturel. There are all those sounds of something stalking through the city. There's all the sounds of, creatures or something kind of hunting in the distance. You still hear all those lightning strikes from the companion above. Again, the ground continues to shake as you move along because of all the earthquakes. What you now know from having seen from the rift, those giant iron chains that are pulling the city ever slowly down into the river Styx. As they pull, the city teeters and totters and cracks apart, causing everything to shake. I'm gonna have to remove the ability to draw on the map. That's what I'm gonna have to do.
I'm okay with that.
So again, it's you guys are kind of trying to stealthily make your way through the streets as best you possibly can. As you get down toward the bottom of the hills that lead up to the High Hall, you come down into another one of the many districts in Elturel. So where you had a lot of like really well-built, fanciful homes built around the High Hall, and that grand promenade that ran down the street that you guys had found with all of the small gardens and seating areas and all of that. As you move down here into this section, this is much more of a merchant's quarter. You see a lot of businesses slowly fading toward homes as you get closer to the cemetery, and those homes kind of, as you see around a lot of cemeteries, the homes are not in the best of shape. There aren't a lot of folks who want to live around the buried dead. So you have some businesses kind of closest to you, and it looks like the business district kind of moves north of where you're at, but as you move further to the west, you'll be coming across more and more homes. There has been a lot of damage to this area of the city as well. So again, meteor strikes, lightning strikes from above, crumpled houses, all kinds of broken debris, that kind of thing. So as you guys move through, let's see if we come across anything here. Yeah, we definitely come across something. So as you guys get down toward the bottom of this section of the street, you find that there are a number of homes that have been struck by meteors and by lightning, and have just fallen down, completely blocking the street and stopping your process from being able to move forward. You can crawl through one of the houses. It looks like there might be a passageway through that will let you out the other side. Unfortunately, to do that, you will have to dismiss Sir Lancelot. He is far too large to be able to make it through this barrier. But as you come out on the other side, you see some fun stuff. So as you come out the other side, you're kind of in this bedroom of one of those fallen homes. As you appear, you guys can see that there is a window looking out on a courtyard. Directly in front of you, there are two undead blue-skinned creatures tearing into the body of a dead Elturel guardsman on the ground. They are tearing huge furrows of flesh out of his body, tossing his armor to the side as they greedily gulp down handfuls of intestine and giant chunks of flesh as quickly as they possibly can. So I'm going to have you guys roll a party stealth check. So everybody go ahead and roll stealth for me. "23 is great. 19 is good.
Just waiting on Severius's.
I can't open my guy.
You may need to refresh. Just as a reminder, so both Olin and Severius, because you guys are wearing plate mail, you roll disadvantage on stealth checks, please.
How do I roll that disadvantage?
Control key and click on stealth in your character sheet.
Hold the control key.
Yep.
Awesome.
All right,
There it
so our plate wearers are not doing so great, but what I will say is that even though you guys are making some noise as the two of you come through, I am going to have them... All right, so as you guys are slowly climbing through the debris coming out into this room, I'm actually going to move Olin and Severius here toward the back because the rest of you got through. But as you guys come out of the rubble, what you see is that there is a doorway right next to you, and you see the rest of your group looking out the window. As you were looking out, both of these creatures turn and stare at the building, stare at the window, honing in on the sounds of Severius and Olin, their armor scratching as they make their way through the rubble and emerging into this bedroom. They are very alert and staring at this, but you guys are kind of hidden behind the window and some dirty curtains and that kind of thing. What would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna motion back to stop moving.
So Severius and
I freeze.
Now he listens to Moon. Okay, so guys, I need to take a quick 5-minute bio break. I need to grab something else from my throat before it gets too dry. Think about what you want to do in terms of... You know what I just realized? Let me do something here real quick. These are your old character frames. Let me put your new ones on here. Think about...
Door?
That is a door, yes. And let me get good old Snuffle out here. So Snuffle Chops and Lulu are able to make it through the debris with you, but Sir Lancelot was unable to do so. So if you want to, you would have had to dismiss him to get through to this point. You could always choose to resummon him if you like. So think about what you guys want to do. These things are kind of staring intently as they're continuing to gobble down that flesh. 5-minute bio break. Let's be back at 10:05, and we'll continue on.
11:05 for us East Coasters.
Something 05.
As you guys are waiting here, as we're waiting for the folks to get back, I want to make a note that Dig, for like the last 8 to 10 hours or so, the shield has been very, very quiet, almost kind of humming to itself as if it's very pleased, very happy. It unleashed some of its power and killed a bunch of things all at once. You're getting almost kind of like how a cat purrs a little bit when it's happy. You're hearing like this weird like demon purr.
That was offensive. That was offensive.
Well, and I will like to note that Moon has also commented on how happy Moon was that happened.
I did what?
It's weird. Moon and the Shield are simpatico.
You feel like simpatico.
All right, so that's 10:05. Folks are drifting back in. So let's again. I'm not going to worry about a marching order. Just as a group, though, what would you get? Everybody, kind of chime in. What would you guys like to do? There's these creatures outside. They're staring intently at the window.
But they don't seem to actually see us yet. They just
Not
something,
so
right?
they have not yet. They've heard something and they're kind of focused intently on this building. You turned around and said, "Shh, nobody move." Everybody kind of froze up.
Everybody sees them though, right? Everybody can see them.
If they can see out the windows. So I'd say Alatar sees a little tiny speck of them. Cassiel can see them both. You can see them both. Audrey can see them both. Severius sees maybe a little bit of one. Olin can see them both through the window with where you guys are standing right now.
So, spoiler alert, I don't know if I'm supposed to, but I can see 3.
Okay. So yeah, all right. So
I
from
don't
where?
know.
I see
I don't know if
4.
I'm supposed to see that far though.
No, you certainly can. So the line of sight and all that in here is what you would be able to see based on your vision range. So again, it's 5 feet per square. So if you're seeing out there and you can see others, there may be others in the street.
Or I'm gonna hold up, 3 claws. Whisper, I'm thinking maybe like, oh Lord, and point at the side door.
So you guys have like this whole back wall here is what you guys crawled through to get to where you are. So there is a passage back to the street, but you guys have to try and see if you could find another way around this area, or you can try and see if you can move stealthily. You can try to wait them out and see if they leave. You do have a door here if you want to try to go out. That might lead you out a different way.
I was thinking of using it for like combat advantage, to where like maybe we could draw them to the house and some of us could come around the side and hit them from the other end also.
Gotcha.
We could funnel them into the doorway. That's a choke point.
Or maybe they can come through the window and we can be on opposite sides and everything. Probably, if there is, I don't know if they're undead or what they really are, but they might just dive right on in.
I need to boost Andrew. I can't hear him very well. Is that just right-click user volume?
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm trying to talk a little quieter. People are going to sleep around me.
No, it's fine. I can boost it. It's fine.
Quick, somebody dig a pit trap. And somebody with some spikes.
I got a knife.
So as you guys are...
I think we could probably kill them. Didn't we kill these things earlier?
I don't recognize them, but I have a bad memory also.
So who remembers
I'm not very perceptive.
who remembers what they are?
Didn't we kill these things when we found the teenage girl?
There you go. So you have come across these before. So you guys have... Actually, you know what? No, you haven't. You haven't seen these before. This is the first time you're seeing this specific thing. You've seen something similar, but you haven't seen this. I think I popped it up before, but that's what it looks like.
They look a little fatter.
They've been eating well.
They almost look like trolls.
We can definitely draw them in. I mean,
if you guys want to see if anybody recognizes what they are, I will let you roll. Trying to decide what I want to do. Arcana here, or what I want to do. Yeah, let's do our
religion.
It's definitely intimidation.
Everybody's gonna choose their best skill.
deal.
Perception.
So it should definitely be. I think it's an intelligence
Arcana.
check. So I would say I will let you choose between either Arcana, History, or Nature to roll on this to see what you recognize. I'll let you choose from one of those three.
+0 to all three.
Exactly.
I don't know why it rolled twice.
I think it actually rolled 3 times. Oh no, it is twice.
No, we'll take the first one, the 20 that you rolled, the dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Just because I don't think anybody else did it.
Yeah.
Dirty 20. That was Patton last night. Patton Oswald.
So all right. So as you guys are kind of looking out, I am gonna say, so you can see them from a distance where you're at, Severius. So without moving, you don't have to worry about rolling stealth again. But you do recognize what the creature is. So this is another undead. This is a ghoul. So you guys have already faced ghasts. That was the thing with the super, super long tongue that was eating the people and the baby where you found Shora, hiding in that house in the cabinets. A ghast is kind of like a superpowered version of a ghoul, which isn't to say that ghouls themselves are not dangerous, because they are incredibly dangerous as undead. But they're a little bit different, a little bit less kind of. If regular zombies shamble and Zack Snyder zombies run, that's the difference between ghouls and ghasts. You know, same kind of thing, but one is supercharged. But what you do know, Severius, is that ghasts are incredibly deadly if they inflict wounds. They like to bite and claw, and you have to be particularly careful of getting clawed by one. Their hands are just so diseased and so coated with filth that if they claw into you, you can be paralyzed. It's almost like there's like a venom, a poisonous bacteria, something that lives on their claws, that if it cuts your flesh, you have to be careful of being paralyzed.
I tell the rest of the group that I emphasize the ghouls are very dangerous, and if they cut you, they may paralyze you.
Are you whispering?
Yes.
Cool. Roll a stealth check.
Whisper.
Roll a stealth check for me so I can see if you're quiet enough that they don't hear you.
Oh, that's my strength.
And that's I'm not going to make you roll disadvantage on that because you're not moving, so I'm not going to take away from you for wearing the plate, but I do want you to roll just a basic stealth.
My booming voice keeps rolling twice, and I failed both anyway. So
yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing, but again, we'll take that first one. That's X. That's
Just give up.
Just it's getting worse. So with a dirty one, Severius, again, these things outside now take a step closer to try to peer in the window. As they look through, they can see a few of you huddled around the window looking out. This one throws its head back and screams into the air. I can fix that for you, Audrey. Screams into the air, just this piercing guttural scream, and you hear it echoed outside from around you. And with that, we're going to need everybody to go ahead and roll for initiative. Okay, so just real quick while that is rolling, I am going to I'm going to re-import Audrey here real quick. Let's see if we get her new spells. Yep, I can see you've got acid arrow, so they're just not added as favorites. I'll add those as favorites so they show up on your first tab. Audrey, you should see that you've got acid arrow and cloud lightning should now be there for you. Olin, what new spells did you have?
Blindness, deafness, and dispel magic.
Yeah, so you've got them on your sheet. They're just not on the attributes page because they're not favorited. If you go to your spell book, you can right-click on an item and choose Add Favorite. That'll put it on the attributes page or attributes tab for you as well. If anything else is missing, let me know and I can try to re-import here on the fly.
I'm good. Thank you.
Cool. Alrighty. So as you see these creatures outside, they howl. You can hear things in the distance reiterating that guttural scream. But up first, as we begin combat, is going to be everybody's favorite rogue. So Moon, you saw them moving forward. You were able to draw your weapons before this thing puts its head back and screams into the sky. What would Moon like to do?
That's a really good I'm sad that all the places outside or next to the window are taken, and I'm right in the middle. I'm not running out. Are they? So they're moving towards the window, correct? Not any other entrance that we can see right now?
Correct. They were coming right toward the window.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna kind of maybe open up the battlefield a little bit just to be safe, I think. Oh, it's paused.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Kind of just open that up just to be safe so we have a possible escape route without taking actions out in actual combat rounds. And then I am going to hold and ready. If anything comes near me, I'm going to, enemy-wise, I'm going to stab it in the face.
Okay. So this thing is going to step up and come crashing through the window. It's going to assess, and let's see here. Uno, dos. Let's say Castiel is even. Audrey is odd.
No attacks of opportunity for it climbing through a window.
So because the building's so damaged, it's literally just kind of like it jumped up into this, crashed through the glass to stand on the window frame. So I said even was Castiel, odd was Audrey, so it's going to target and take a few swipes here at everybody's favorite monk. So let me just grab that. It is going to take a swipe, and it is going to miss. So this thing kind of hisses as it gets closer. The stink of this thing just washes through the room. It smells of just dead, putrid flesh, decaying, all of those horrible scents that you would find if you came across a dead body. Its entire front is covered in gore, splattered blood, bits of flesh kind of sticking to its chest, and its claws are just coated in this disgusting-looking, vile black blood. Gruesome fluid that glints wetly as it swipes at Castiel, some of it flicking and splattering on the wall, but and it misses on that attack. That is going to bring us to Severius.
I'm gonna move forward and stand on top of the dead Viking lady. Right there. Bernilda. Sorry, Bernilda. Standing on your corpse. And I will take a swing at the ghoul.
Okay.
Da, 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 da. Bum, bum.
So with a powerful blow, you connect your skull mace of Merkel blasting into the decaying flesh of the ghoul. What else would you like to do?
I'll take another swing.
Good round.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, it's just my bonus. I'm gonna try to use my shield and shove it.
Do a
or
shove?
knock it down.
All right. So acrobatics roll for me.
Acrobatics?
Oh, no, excuse me, athletics.
Cool.
So holding. So as you go to bash into it, the ghoul screams in rage at you. Parts of its body torn, savaged by your necrotic mace. But it puts out its clawed hands grasping at the window frame, refusing to be pushed backwards.
You slip on Broomhilda's blood.
That is so that's your action, and bonus. Any additional movement?
No, I'll stay there.
All right, that's going to bring us to our friend outside. And so that's 1, 2, that's 4. So let's go ahead and do that. Add a few more friends to the pile. This guy is also going to try to move up to this window. He wants to try to hit Audrey, but Audrey's going to be... She's got I'm going to give you half cover from where you're at. So he's going to try to hit you. He's going to try to hit you, but it's going to be with increased difficulty. So he's going to try and swipe his claws through. And he is going to miss horribly. And I'll pop that on and off as I use it because it actually does it impacts your ability to be hit. So you hear this thing hissing at you as you see this clawed arm just kind of swing in through the window frame past its friend here in the window, but it misses, gouging thick gouges out of the plaster wall beside you as its arm swings back outside. That's going to bring us here. How much room have you? 30 feet. This thing's going to take a dash action and go 60. Let's see how close it can get here. It can get to there. Hey, where'd you go? Well,
Remember, I got aura protection too.
yep, on saving throws. So it's gonna come to there. Yeah, I had to turn off that aura thing because I thought it might be part of what was messing with MIDI. But we'll just know anybody within 10 feet of you has got it. So right now, that's everybody in the room with you. Yep. That is going to bring us to Castiel. So you see this thing in the window in front of you. It has taken some grievous blows from Severius, who tried to knock it back out the window, but it refused to be pushed.
Okay. I will target it. Do an unarmed strike.
So with your first blow, you are able to crush this thing's skull, ending its life. Its dead body falls to the ground, kind of... It's now kind of half in, half out, falling across the shattered glass of this window pane that it had blasted through. Impaled by some of the glass, it kind of slowly sinks down onto those broken shards. But your blow was potent enough to crush its skull and end its undead life.
I can swing at the guy who's right in front of me.
So this guy you can, however, he is going to have half cover because he's kind of behind the wall outside the window.
Okay, I will, I'm going to execute since I connected with my main attack, I'm going to execute a flurry of blows. This will be my first attack with that. Let me target him.
18 is going to absolutely hit, even with his increased armor class for half cover.
I'm with that because it's a special. I'm going to use my open hand technique, and if he fails a dex saving throw of DC 14, falls prone.
Okay, so just so you know, part of half cover is that he gets a +2 on dexterity saving throws.
Right.
So let me do dex, saving, and then we got to add, let's see if it adds the 2 automatically. It did. Nice. So he's going to fail that.
So he's prone, which then means my second attack from it is advantage. The second of the flurry of blows. Which is a hit for 8 more.
Look at you being
Well,
all
actually-
strategic.
That's what I wanted. So the prone is across the whole picture. That's better.
Alright,
Yeah, so
and
it is
then-
knocked down, and it has been beaten As
And then I was gonna say that I still have my extra attack because I attacked, used my key, and then I have my second attack for a round. I gotta target him again, or do I have him targeted? I don't have him targeted. I don't know why. See, as soon as I hit alt, let me hit alt again, see if it takes it off.
So how many? Hang on. How many attacks have you just done? Because you did an attack on the guy in the window was
I
one.
can do an attack
Mhm.
as a bonus action. I can then execute one key point, do the flurry of blows, which is 2 more attacks, and then I still have my second attack for the round. I have an extra attack for every round. That's not a bonus.
Gotcha.
But technically, if I use flurry of blows, I get 4 attacks. If I don't use flurry of blows, I have three unarmed attacks for the round. So I get my attack, my bonus attack, and my extra attack.
Isn't your extra attack also in a bonus action?
Nope,
can't-
it just says beginning at 5th level, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. And then if you go to, where is it here? Martial arts, I think it is. Yeah, when you would use attack action with an unarmed strike or a monk weaponized term, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action.
Yeah. So your flurry of blows was your bonus action.
Right, my extra attack is not a bonus action. I get to attack, have an extra attack, and have a bonus attack. That's why I don't use weapons. I attack, and I can either do my extra attack and then my bonus attack, or but I get both. I didn't get the extra attack until 5th level. I've had the bonus attack since 1st level.
What I'm saying is, I think we've been doing it wrong by giving you. So reread what you just read though, because it said you could take it as a bonus action.
That's my. Okay, so
Flurry
this
of
is
blows.
martial arts. Okay, so I do my regular attack. Let's just say your regular attack is your attack. Martial arts, which I got at level 1. You can, where is it? When you use the attack action with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon on your turn, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action.
Okay.
That was
so
level 1, that's martial arts.
So that's a bonus action.
Right.
Your
But then I
additional
have
unarmed
extra
strike is a bonus action.
Right. Or I can use the key and do flurry of blows instead as my bonus action.
Correct. You can't do both.
Okay. Nope, and I didn't. Now listen to the next one. I got at level 5. Beginning at 5th level, you can attack twice. It's not a bonus action. I attack twice. I get 2 attack actions.
So you get 2 attacks and 1 bonus action. That's 3 attacks. You get 1 armed, 1 unarmed.
Right. That's 3 attacks, unless I use the flurry of blows, which gives me
No.
the 2 attacks.
You don't get a bonus action per attack. You get a bonus action per round. You make an unarmed attack as your first attack.
Jamie, you're not. Look, I'll type it out. 1 attack. 5th level, second attack.
Correct.
Either bonus attack,
For a third unarmed strike.
right, 1 attack, or bonus flurry of blows.
Correct. So you get 2 unarmed.
attacks.
You get 2 unarmed attacks and 1 flurry of blows. Is what I'm saying. You don't get 4 attacks. You get
Flurry
3.
of blows gives me 2 extra swings. That's the definition of flurry of blows.
So, gotcha. But you did 1
That's
attack.
the first attack. If I spend the key, I hit 4 times. If I don't spend the key, I only hit 3 times.
Got it. So you hit the guy in the window the first time. That's your first attack. The second
Right.
attack, you expended a bonus for your 2 flurry of blows. Your 2 unarmed attacks there.
I hit him. He fell down. I hit him again. He didn't die. I hit him a 4th time. He died. I only did 4 attacks.
There's the flurry. And the flurry of blows is
It's 2 attacks
1d6
as my
plus
bonus
3.
action. Instead of taking a single attack, I choose to take 2 attacks. But I burn a key to do it.
Gotcha. All right. I at one point the flurry of blows was rolling for 2 attacks, and it's all right.
Right. The second time I rolled the flurry of blows, I rolled with advantage because on the first flurry of blows, I knocked him prone, which would give me advantage. So I rolled 2d20 for the advantage.
Correct. So that's your first strike.
First strike killed this guy.
Mm-hmm. Trying to back up.
Second strike was flurry of blows, knocked him down. Second strike wounded him more. Final strike killed him.
So if I go back, I see one unarmed strike, flurry of blows, 2, unarmed strike, unarmed strike.
Which are the 2? All right.
Gotcha. So you rolled your other unarmed strike as an unarmed strike, not as a flurry of blows.
Flurry of blows doesn't roll anything when I click it.
Yeah, it does. It rolls
just pops up
damage.
like this. Oh,
No, it rolls damage. It rolls it as an ability.
well, don't do on both of them. It only rolls it as one.
Gotcha. But that's why I was trying to figure out why you were using an additional unarmored strike when it was your flurry of blows. That
Right,
it looked
'cause it
like you
only
were trying to
rolls
use 2 bonus attacks, which you're not allowed to do per round.
Right, flurry of blows only rolls 1 attack.
So you've taken 2 flurry of blows, your 2 unarmed, your 2 other strikes. Anything else you'd like to do on this turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna back away for a higher AC guy to be up in the window. I'll go over here through the door. That's it.
Gotcha. That's gonna bring us to Audrey.
So I'm trying to target the other ghoul guy, but it won't let me target it.
This one right here?
Yes.
If you right click on him, do you get like a little bullseye target icon to the left?
I do not.
Are you on the token controls, upper left hand corner? The little avatar guy? Or are you on like drawing controls or measurement controls?
No, I think it was a little target thing.
Yep.
There we go. Thank you so much.
Yep, no, that's all right. You've got him.
I am going to try something new with him.
Oh boy.
I want to see how this acid thing works out.
Can you do that when you stand right next to him?
So let's see here. So so because that is a range attack spell, if you're doing it right next to him, you roll with disadvantage.
Oh, because I can get splashed by the acid.
Well, and it's also.
Yeah, I really wanted to play with the acid. You know what? I think I'm just gonna stab him then.
So he will defend with. I'm going to give him partial cover here because you can kind of swing up toward the window if you want. It's just going to raise his armor class a little bit as you swing. But an 18 is absolutely going to hit that ghoul.
How did you stabby? I'm good with it.
With 7 piercing damage, you are able to quickly dart out, stick your rapier out the window as this thing kind of comes to pivot back around. You catch it firmly in the shoulder, running your rapier all the way through the joint and out the other side.
Oh, pop, snap, and pop.
Any additional bonus action or movement you'd like to take?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
That's going to bring us to Olin. So you see all this kind of blood and gore flying through the windows here as these things were running toward the group. But it looks like 2 of them are down, and Audrey is dancing around the window frame with the third. What would Olin like to do? And you saw Castiel go running out the one door here. I'm just going to move this out of the way here for a second so I can see where Olin is standing. Unfortunately, a 10 is going to be a miss, my friend. You might be a mute. I don't hear you, Corey.
So I can't move through the window.
If you wanna move out the other side, I can pull you through. It's the way the window tile works is you can see through it, but you can't move through it. But because he broke it, I can drag it to the other side. So if you wanted to be on this side of it, and then I push you, can you? All right, so you can jump out to the body on the ground there. So as you come out that other side, you see that you're standing on top of the body of one of them. There is a dead body again across the broken glass that you just vaulted through. And as you came through, you took a swing at the ghoul here, still recoiling from the piercing wound that Audrey gave to it. But unfortunately, Heaven's Fall misses.
Okay, that'll do it.
Heaven never misses.
That is going to bring us to Alatar. So you've got a clear line of sight on this thing, my friend, and you are not right next to it, so you can cast away if you like.
There's an angry beast?
This one right here.
Oh. Guess I'll have no choice. No choice.
That is going to be a direct hit on both. That's excellent 16 points of damage. So your Eldritch Blast go flying through the window as Corey, or excuse me, as Olin jumps out the window and lands on the ground, squelching into the fallen corpse that Castiel pummeled to death. He feels the heat of your arcane energies flying through the broken window pane behind him. As Heaven's Fall misses, he sees two quick, repetitive blasts slam into this thing, blowing chunks of flesh off of its decaying body, and it hisses and growls back through the window at you. Any additional movement or bonus action?
Just some general surprise. That's all.
Cool. That is going to bring us back to the top of the order. And let me do that. This guy gets 30 feet. So he can come running up with a dash action to get closer, and that's going to be his move. We have another friend here who is going to come dashing as well, but that's his move, and that brings us to Moon. I'm just going to move that dead body so I can see where you're at. Cool. That, unfortunately, is going to be a miss on the first one. And a miss on the second.
Well, that's disappointing. Hang on, now I actually have to look at something.
Yeah, you didn't roll with advantage on those. And with swashbucklers, if you have nothing else near them, I always forget with rakish.
Hang on, for rakish, if I am the only person threatening it, I get sneak attack. I don't necessarily get advantage, but I get sneak attack. And then on addition to the normal sneak attack rules. So I wouldn't get advantage for it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I can just use it. My question that I have to look at right now is the disengage thing, because it says when you make an attack, not when you hit with attack, I think. And hey, that's actually a very good point, Gary.
Took the same feat as I did, so I wanted to remind you that you have a lucky roll.
And I had completely forgotten about it. So I think I am going to use that on the rapier, if that's okay.
Okay, so roll an additional d20.
Hey, I am lucky.
That one would have been a hit. Excellent. Let me
Negates my curiosity thing, but
cool.
Yeah, then I'm gonna step.
Look at you. You already subtracted your lucky point.
Yeah, I'm on top of that, man.
So that one is going to drop. So as you step forward, you kind of fumble a little bit on the broken glass of the window, but you are able to connect and drop it as you quickly regain your balance. Luckily, some would say, and your rapier strike strikes home. Even though your dagger attack misses, it is still more than enough to drop this thing dead to the ground before you.
I have a second thought now.
Okay.
That was re-rolling the first attack, correct?
Correct.
Curiosity.
Correct.
I would have made my second attack on the other guy.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
So
We're retconning the rolls, but I'm cool with it.
Hey, it's worth a shot. I'll roll it again, then.
That will also be a hit on the ghoul outside. And the sneak attack as well. So
use it on the first attack.
So Olin, you see Moon jump up into the window, his weapons flashing out, felling one of the ghouls and slicing into the other one that has come running up towards you, howling through the streets in its undead rage. But Moon is coming out to level some ass-kicking, swashbuckling, rapier and dagger flying damage.
I have a thought of actually how that first one looked, just due to the lucky trait.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking that I jump up on the windowsill, I go to stab, the guy sees me coming and moves out of the way, but I just happen to slip on a loose piece of glass, and it angles my sword down into him.
That works for me.
And then I'm going to back up.
Excellent. So that is going to bring us here. He is going to come rushing up like that, but that's a dash to get there, so that brings us back to Severius.
Alrighty. Where is Olin?
So Olin jumped out the window and he's right there.
Yeah, the dead body's showing above him.
I guess I'll move forward and I'll take a swing at the guy next to Olin.
Cool.
Do I get advantage on that?
No, so flanking is only if you're directly across. So you'd have to be here if you wanted to have advantage on this guy.
And to get there, I'd have to open myself up to attack.
No. So if you've got enough movement, you could move through the window. So I'm just saying the window is difficult terrain, so it'd be an extra 5 feet to go through the window. But you've got more than enough. So it'd be 5, 10, 15 to here, 20 feet to get where you want to go. So you can certainly make that move if you want.
It's made a log.
Oh, you know what? I forgot the window. You know what? I'm going to make it easier for everybody else to go through the window by deleting the window. And I'll just move you out there. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I forgot about it.
All right. I'll take a swing at him.
Okay.
And how do I roll with advantage?
Hold in the Alt key on your keyboard when you click on your normal attack. And you definitely needed that 8 over the 2. That is going to be a hit. So as you slide around this creature, you were able to bring forth your mighty skull mace of Merkel with its green glowing necrotic tip. What does it look like as you smash it down on this creature who was trying to bite and claw at Olin and does not see your mighty blow descending upon it?
I take my mace and plant it right in the middle of his back between his shoulder blades, and I hear a crunching sound as his spine gives way, and he just kind of melts into a heap on the ground with the back of my mace sticking out of his back. I wrench it back out.
Excellent. So that is going to be your first attack.
And I guess I'll target the guy next to him. Is that an advantage too, or do I have to be behind
It's
him?
not. You'd have to be over here, directly across.
Okay.
Yep. So think about it this way: if you can draw a direct line from your space to one of your fellow party members, and it cuts directly through the square of the target, that would be flanking.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just a regular old hit. Oh.
That unfortunately is going to be a miss. So the powerful blow that you took against the ghoul that fell at your feet, unfortunately does not allow you to put all of your full force into the return blow at the ghoul, who is now snapping at you, having seen you kill one of its fellows here. Any additional bonus action? Or additional, you've got like 5 more feet of movement if you wanted it.
I'll move and then I'll try a shove again. Now, I thought the shove was like a knockdown option.
It
is
is.
it a
So
shove or a
yeah.
knockdown?
So when you shove, and this is for any kind of shove, you can do. So shove is one of the basic actions that you can take at any point in time in combat. It's contested. It's athletics versus strength, because NPCs and creatures don't really have an athletics roll. I just get a basic strength roll. If you win, it incapacitates him and knocks him down. If I win the roll, nothing happens. It's just basically we roll against. You just haven't gotten one yet where the 2 times you've tried it, I rolled higher. But we'll get you.
I was just wondering if I pushed him or if I knocked him down. That's why I was wondering.
Yep. So it is, you're actually knocking it back. You're knocking it prone.
Okay.
So I really should say you get the choice. You can knock it prone or you can push it 5 feet away from you. It's up to you.
Oh, okay. I'll try to knock it prone. Let's see if I can.
I think since that gives you advantage on attacks against it once it's on the ground, I figured that's what you'd want to do.
What if you shove it into another character like he would here? Would that possibly knock the other one down?
So I would probably do some kind of a acrobatics or dexterity check to see if it knocks the other one down. In this case, I would probably have to at least take one space step backwards because they can't share the same space.
It's the tree, cracks his head open, dies.
Yep. All right, so that's going to be it's contested. So you want to roll athletics. I'm going to roll strength, ability, and you win this time. So you can choose. Do you want to knock him 5 feet backwards, or do you want to knock him prone?
If I knock him 5 feet, will the other guy have to make a check?
Yeah, I'm going to have him do a. I will have him do a dexterity check to see whether or not he gets knocked prone. Or whether he gets knocked back 5 feet.
Okay, let's do that. Let's try it.
He's going to get knocked prone. So I'm actually going to move. So he stumbles backwards. This guy gets knocked 5 feet that way. And because he gets knocked, he trips over the tree roots and falls to the ground as his partner here comes slamming into him. That is going to bring us back to Castiel.
All right, Castiel is going to move his 45 feet, seeing this guy out here. Target him. Take an attack. You see me shoot out like a lightning bolt out of the door. By rolling more initiatives, I'm like, what are we doing here? All kinds of rolls.
We have lots of friends.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna do my my extra attack.
I don't like the fact that one has a name.
Fumble table.
Oh, yep.
A la Pell. Uh-oh.
But I'm gonna roll lucky.
Okay. You can re-roll that one.
Mark the lucky down.
That's a good use of lucky right there. You've also got inspiration. You could use either.
And then my bonus attack.
That's a good one.
I think it's gonna die.
Oh, it's going to die bad. So this thing is going to get smushed into a pulp. So how do you want to do this, bro? What does it look like as you step forward with all of these different strikes and blows spinning around this thing? It is going to drop from the severity of your attacks. What does it look like?
I come shooting out like a lightning bolt, and I go low first and kick him in one of his knees, dropping him down so he's looking up at me, and I come across this other side with an elbow to the side of his head, snapping his head down. And in a complete spin, I spin around and wrap my back of my leg around his head, and I crush his fucking skull with my thighs.
Your thighs.
he Suzanne Summers the fuck out of that thing.
Wasn't that in The Boys? Didn't somebody get his head crushed?
Yeah, like the fucking thigh master. The way of the thigh.
And that will be
Love
my
it.
turn.
Okay. You guys hear through the ruins around you. Those of you that have kind of come out, you can see there's a lot of destroyed buildings and crumbled homes around here. But as you come out, you hear this cry in the distance, super loud, kind of screaming and reverberating off the walls. And again, from the distance, you can hear echoing screams coming back. And then
No end then.
loping around the corner comes this guy. But that's a full dash. That's as far as she's gonna get. Which is gonna bring us to Audrey.
Oh, I'm going to be back there in just a second. Don't you worry.
That's actually really cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention there is a polyglot plugin that lets you guys chat and read in only the languages you have access to.
So it only appears like so if you have the language, it translates it for you.
Automatically.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
if you know it. Yep.
That's awesome. I have an idea then.
Yeah, it's a little added extra role play for you guys if you when we come across stuff. All right, so that's
No
gonna
idea what he just said.
your DM can read it, but nobody else can.
I figured as much, but I had to try.
Yep.
How do you? Oh, okay, I see it.
Yep. So bottom right hand corner where it says language now, you can choose the different languages that you can speak.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, that's some cool role play. I thought it'd be kind of fun. Plus, you guys are gonna start talking to stuff that speaks other languages. So it'll be interesting to see what information you take in compared to what information you give out. So rather than me speaking it aloud where everybody will hear it, I can put it in chat and only those of you that get it will be able to share it. So Audrey. Uto ni chawata. Wookie nipple pinchy. Do we still have are Audrey and Alatar still alive? Are they still awake with us? They were drinking before we started the game tonight, and we've gone very late. Audrey, Nikki, Digger. Can you guys hear us?
I'm ready.
Oh, hey.
Let's go.
Is your girl still awake?
She is not.
Do you want to run her character in the interim, or do you want us to do it?
Sure.
So
Let's see.
Swear to God, if you hit with a crossbow,
Oh.
well, she's not hit.
What? Oh. I hear her stirring. She's
So-
half awake.
So if she wanted to, she could pop out that window, or pop up
If you
into
want
it.
to pop out the window and take a poke at that ghoul.
Pokey pokey.
She's in. She's up.
Pokey pokey.
As opposed to the stabby.
So we're going to have her jump out so that she can be next to it. That's going to be... They're both... Oh, doesn't make a difference. We'll get rid of that one. They're both going to be hits either way. So Audrey comes jumping out through the window, landing beside Olin, her rapier flashing swiftly past him and lancing into the ghoul that Severius had so rudely pushed back into his friend. Does Audrey have any additional bonus action or additional movement she'd like to take?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
That's going to bring us here. It's going to go here. But that's a dash. That's as far as it can go. That's going to be as far as it can go on its turn, because that's a dash. That's as far as it can go on its turn, because it's a dash. And that brings us to Olin.
All right. So, I get advantage against the prone one, yeah?
Yep. Sure do.
You said it's the Alt key when I'm attacking.
You've got it.
Right.
Oh, you just got to make sure you got him targeted.
I just...
And I don't know if you turned your volume or modified your volume, Corey, but your volume got way low on your mic.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Oh, there you go. That I thought it was going to be a 3, but it rolled over to that 19. That's excellent. So with a resounding blow, Olin's able to pull Heaven's Fall over his head and down onto the ghoul writhing at his feet, crunching into him with the power of his holy hammer. Is there anything else Olin would like to do on this turn? A bonus action, movement?
Not right now.
Okay. I got another runner. Meow. And that's as far as he can go because it's a dash action. And that's Alatar's turn. So from where Alatar is, I don't think you can actually see any of the stuff that's outside. So Alatar is going to have to move if you'd like to target something.
Alatar he hears some.
Oh, he hears all kinds of.
something.
He hears
some stuff.
He hears lots of growling, lots of angry stuff.
This growling.
Oh, all kinds of growling.
Is it like angry? Is it lady growling?
It's not angry lady growling. That'd be a good thing, my
Oh.
friend. This is.
Oh. So he goes to the window and he looks and he sees.
Yep. So as you get up into the window, you can see that there is. I'm pretty sure you can see it
Anorexic
now.
Batman.
So, so right here we've got. That's a good one. There is a ghoul on the ground that Olin is currently pulverizing. There's another one here that Severius just knocked back. And then way over here, Castiel's making a bunch of friends.
Oh shit. He sure is.
Yeah.
You know, Castiel, he likes to make his friends separately. I know that. I've learned that about him. We need to like make like an FFS meme just for fucking Castiel. For fuck's sake. Well, one of the new spells, cantrips actually, that I learned. Oh shit. No, not that one. No. Nah, fuck. Nope. Alright, well. This guy looks like an asshole, so he's gonna. No. Eldritch Blast.
That first one is unfortunately a miss. The second one will be a hit. So, Olin, as you are dancing and smashing Heaven's Fall into the prone ghoul at your feet, over your head fires 2 Eldritch Blasts, one firing and kind of slamming into the tree, but the other one sizzling into the undead flesh of the ghoul beside you as it hisses and screams in pain. You want to stay perched on the window, or do you want to step out and finish the movement?
No, Elturel likes the bird. He likes the bird perch.
Cool.
Bird perch, like the Angel movie. What is that movie again?
Oh, you gotta finish that one. I can't do it for you.
What's the Angel movie? What was that? With Walken in it.
Oh, the prophecy.
The prophecy. Yes.
All right.
Oh, that's a great movie. We should watch that.
Yeah,
let's all hang out and watch it together.
No, I'm not falling for that again. No.
That movie, it needed more cowbell.
There's not enough cowbell to save that movie.
So this guy steps forward,
One step, snobs.
takes a shot at Severius and misses. That brings us to Moon. So Moon, you watch Alatar perched in the window, blocking any way for you to quickly move through it if you wanted to. Firing Eldritch Blasts out the window, cursing at Castiel, for fuck's sake, where'd you go running off to now? What would Moon like to do?
Well, since he can't go through the window, he's gonna go around.
Moon's always been good to go hang out with me.
I mean, Castiel has a good time. You guys don't have to leave him out there by himself.
I mean, the last time you guys hung out, it went pretty well.
Dropping fools left and right. What are you guys talking about? I'm kind of worried about this one closest to me right now. Did you close the door?
Yeah, I missed it.
Castiel says, "Have you met my friends,
So hard to
Thunder
quick
and
get
Lightning?"
yourself to get out a door.
Okay, so I'm gonna come there.
Okay.
25, 30. Okay. I'm gonna look to see Castiel, made a lot of friends. Some friends over there, some over here. I'm going to kick on that agility and continue moving, and I'm gonna go help the friendly monk.
Gotcha.
I'm actually gonna move there and attack the mean-looking one.
I'm just gonna move that corpse down so I can see what you're. There you go. Okay, so you are able to step up. and begin slicing away.
Alright, and then I am gonna take a step back, look at the monk and go, finish her.
Excellent. That is going to bring us here. He is prone, which means he has to use half his movement to get his ass up, which he's going to do. But luckily, he doesn't have to go anywhere. So he is just going to take a bite. Not a bite. He's going to claw at. And totally miss our well-armored
Mini tank cleric.
mini tank cleric. Mini tank. He's just a fucking tank. That is going to bring us to Severius.
All right. I'm not jealous. We're even. With your spell, of course. I'm going to take a swing at this guy.
How does it feel to know that anytime he wants to have a higher armor class than you, he can just snap his fingers and take your little point away?
That's true. You can. There's not much I can do about that.
That's going to be a punishing blow for 14 on the ghoul in front of you. Severius is swinging hard tonight.
Changing his pitch up, smacking his bitch up.
Could divine smite him, but I think I might wait. Save on my spells. I'm going to take one more swing.
Did he just go prodigy on his ass?
All right, so you have just felled another one. What does it look like?
He comes running back up to me after getting shoved, and I give him a face full of mace and flatten his face. And a spike goes right through his brain, and the necrotic hits, and he just kind of melts into a puddle. And I think that's... Oh, I can move. I guess I'll move. I think you guys got that one. I'll move. And I dash after...
No, so a dash is actually using up your full action, so you can just do regular movement, since you've already taken two attacks.
I'm 30, aren't I? Yeah.
Yep.
No? 30. All right.
Okay, that's going to bring us back to Castiel.
Yeah, you don't get my aura of protection anymore, Odin.
All right, I'm going to step up in here so that there's no possibility of flanking this, fighting this main guy here. Being behind me, I'm going to start with an unarmed strike. Maybe. Didn't roll. Target. Alright, let's try it again. There it goes.
That will be a powerful blow.
Alright, my extra attack.
And as you step forward, this ghoul before you, already torn apart to a degree by Moon's blades before he stepped back and said, "Finish it." You absolutely oblige, stepping forward with your unarmed strikes, picking this thing's weak points and breaking multiple joints with your strikes until it falls dead in undead to the ground in front of you.
Can I retcon? Can I make that my bonus attack so I still have my extra attack? Because I called it the opposite.
Reach anybody else?
Yeah, I can. I can throw a dart as my extra attack.
Sure,
That's the only reason I'm asking.
sure. I'll let you do that.
Alright. I just because I called it the other way. That's the only reason I said it. Right there.
Oh.
Is a miss. Anyway, so.
Yep.
Alright, that's my turn.
So the dart goes flying wide. Well, let me mark her as
We
defeated
thought
to
we
get
killed
her.
her.
Nope, she just wasn't marked as defeated. That brings us back around to Audrey.
Audrey's awake. She's gonna do some shits.
So you're surrounded by dead bodies. Alatar is perched in the window. Olin is fighting this ghoul that's standing here behind you. Off here, you saw Severius go running in the distance. So over here, there's some more ghouls that Castiel and Moon have been fighting that Severius is running to help with. But as you look north, you also see some more ghouls running around the corner of the crumbled buildings towards you. They're far enough away for an acid arrow.
I want to do some fun stuff. I'm gonna have some prophecy flashback.
And you're so turned on. Jesus.
So which one would you like to attack?
Doing it.
Oh, she's going to call lightning. Look at her badass.
Oh, jeez.
Holy shit! Look at that shit! Holy fuck!
Boom, bitches! Here's
I gotta do a dexterity saving throw. Shit!
Oh, yeah. So
Everybody's
so
in the range.
everybody in range has to roll.
Hey, Moon, I'm really glad we're over here fighting our own shit.
Jesus Christ.
This is gonna hurt so much.
Fucking Alatar.
I'm sorry, what was that about prophecy?
Apparently, I'm getting my ass kicked.
You got any inspiration there?
Well, no, it's supposed to work that the cloud is there and I can target, a single target. That's how it's supposed to work. It's not supposed to put everybody in it, is that I can pick a single target within the cloud.
That's true. It says a bolt of lightning.
Yeah.
Yes, a single bolt of lightning. So you guys all should not fall into it. I can target one single target.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be anything within 5 feet of that target.
So let's do that. And I don't think it didn't actually apply damage on anybody, right? No, nobody took any of that 19.
Nobody took
So-
any damage.
So you wanted to put down it's a 5 foot point with is it a 10-foot cube or a 5-foot cube? Let me look up at
5 foot.
Anything within 5 foot of their target.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to
It's a 60-foot cloud, but I can single a
Yep.
5-foot target cube. And the cloud remains, and I can continuously
gotcha.
pick a different target for each time.
Let me just do this here.
But it
No.
clearly selected everybody.
Yeah, so hang on a second, guys. I can fix all of that. So, Olin, let me redo you.
I did not pick this one to destroy everybody. Or I would just...
This
Moon
is
and I were okay.
this
Just,
is Thunderclap 5.0.
Yeah. Let me undo. There's the 9 on Severius. There's Alatar. Audrey did not hit herself. So let me see here. I want to make sure that we just... Let me get rid of... What the fuck is this? It's like there's... For some reason it put like multiple on here. So these two I want to make sure I get right.
Yeah, there's lightning damage on Olin and
Yeah, so I turned it back around on everybody in the party. Should have gotten their stuff back. It still has the whatchamacallit. It's still got the icons on. The graphic on the icon, but I put back all their health points. That being said, this guy needs +8 back because he took half of it because he made it. But these two both took their damage, so we're good. So the two up here that you have targeted, which actually you've got like half the board targeted right now because of that template. But the two that you targeted up here have both taken damage. I can see that they're both, one is bloodied, one is badly injured.
yes.
And everybody else has got their hit points back, so I think we're okay there. So what I am simply going to do is say that you made a 5 foot. Let me just make a little 5 foot thing here.
So 60-foot cloud. But
I'm just gonna
can pick any 5 foot range in that 60-foot cloud.
So I put a little thing. So right here,
I see it.
I put that down, showing that they're both being hit by that where it hits, and so they're within 5 feet of where it's striking, so that they both get targeted and hit.
Yes.
Okay, so that
was the goal.
There's one additional thing I need you to do. Just one more. You are outside. You are outside. The companion is flashing lightning from above you because you are already in a storm rather than calling one. You get an additional D10. So.
Oh, we're already in a storm? That's awesome.
So roll one more D10 and I will apply that damage to both of the targets. That's a D20. Okay, so they actually had succeeded on both theirs, so they take half of that, but they're going to get another 3 damage to both. And before they've even gotten into combat, they're both bloodied. Perfect. They haven't even made it all the way around the corner yet, and they're getting the shit kicked out of them. Any bonus action or movement you'd like to take?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Alrighty. So that's going to bring us to our friend down here. He is going to take a step forward. And get me back on the move section here. Take a step forward. He's going to target Castiel being the closest to him. He is going to lash out at you. That actually would be a hit with his bonuses. You're going to need to do and you succeed. Perfect. So you are not going to be poisoned or paralyzed on that hit. That's his turn. That brings us up here. This guy is not happy. He's going to come running down. He is going to take a shot at the halfling who's calling the storm down upon him.
Gotta clarify. I think I had 10 hit points on by accident still, so we should not have, right?
Yeah, temporary hit points should not be on.
All right, let me put the other 4 points there. 30.
So you succeed in the Constitution, so Audrey is also not poisoned. She also succeeded to maintain the concentration on her spells. That's going to bring us to this guy. He's going to come running up as well. He is going to take a shot at Olin, which is going to be a miss. That's going to bring us here. That's as far as he's going to be able to get him his turn with a dash. That brings us to Olin.
All right. Olin is going to pull out the holy symbol and mutter a prayer prayer to Moradin. And he's going to use Channel Divinity and turn undead.
Excellent. All right, so you're going to present your holy symbol, speak a prayer. Each undead that can see or hear you within 30 feet has to make a wisdom saving throw. I'm just trying to see what the DC of 15. Well, at least it's low. Ugh. So wisdom. So anyone within 30 feet, right? So that's, let me just see here. So there's 30 feet. So it's basically all 4 of them around you, right? Yep.
Yeah.
So let me go here. First one, saving. That's a failure. So let me just check something there. They are. So I'm just going to use this frightened marker so I know. Oh, that's why it's running from you. Let's do the next one. Wisdom saving throw. Critical failure. Awesome. He is definitely going to go running. Let me go here. Wisdom saving. Here. Wisdom saving. So that one rolled a 14. He is also going to be frightened. I'm going to right click rather than left click frightened. And the last one rolled an 18, so he actually passes it. So 3 of the 4 are frightened, and they have to spend their turns running, right? It's not, they don't just immediately go. Let me just check here. Yeah, turn creature must spend its turn trying to move as far from you as it possibly can. Can't willingly move to space within 30 feet of you. Okay, cool. So those, on their turns, those 3 will begin running pell-mell. And Channel Divinity is a action, so you can still take a bonus action or movement if you would like to.
No, I'll stay put.
All right. So that brings us here. Gonna step up, target, claw out, and is going to miss. That is then gonna bring us back to Alatar. You have a target-rich environment, my friend. What would you like to do?
Holy moly. All right, let's see what we got here.
So you'll see that 3 of them have the frightened skulls on them. That's because Olin just scared the bejesus out of them. They're going to go running away from him in direct lines.
The one to the upper right,
on.
the one to the north of
pants.
Foundry is obscured by a dead one.
Yeah, there's one right here.
Pants off, dance off.
Odd that for the DM it shows the character, for all the players it shows a dead body.
Yeah, I keep trying to move them out of the way a little bit to make it so you guys can see them.
Well, here's. Well, Alatar did learn a new spell. The Call Lightning. He also has it.
Wait, what?
What?
No, you do not.
You did not tell me that.
He does also have that.
Blast, blast.
So yeah. Calls it on this guy here.
Hang on a second. How do you have Call Lightning as a...
So I got Call of
As a
Lightning
cantrip.
because with mine, I was able to pick any spell from all of class's spells. So I picked 2 spells. So he could easily have it because I could pick any spell from anybody's classes.
I'm just wondering how he has it as a cantrip, because it's not a cantrip spell.
It was offered as a cantrip spell.
I'm
Bum,
sorry,
bum,
genetic.
bum.
Yeah, I don't even know how it's on your character sheet,
The most powerful.
It looks
cantrip.
like
because it's a
DM
third
disappointed?
it's a third
So we're
level
just gonna
spell.
zap everybody, Florida style?
It says cantrip.
Yeah, I just don't
Alatar
believe.
is Florida man.
Oh. You just cast all the Florida spells. We just zap them all.
He accepts the honor of Florida man and will cast. Oh, he can't. It's gone.
Florida man uses cattle prod on own testicle.
I will put it back if that's what's gonna happen.
He will not cast. He will not cast it on his own testicles. Oh crap! Oh damn! No.
I love that you added a 3rd level spell as a cantrip.
It was available. It's on.
Sure. Yeah, I can see it right here on D&D Beyond. Mm.
Okay.
It's there.
We won't.
I manipulated it.
We won't
I did
even
that.
address
You're
the fact that somehow you're a warlock with 52 hit points.
No.
Oh, it's my fault.
He has the same as I do.
I got you. It's my fault. Sorry. You're right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll play this game then. I will go ahead and cast poison spray.
At who?
Oh, at this asshole. Right in the middle. Is it damaged fast?
So it's a Constitution saving throw, DC 14. That is not going to make it.
14.
So it's going to take 1d12 poison damage. Go ahead and roll. You should just be able to click on that damage fast button in chat.
Damage fast.
That should hopefully roll it. It's asking me for the Constitution saving throw again. I'm going to do it and hopefully fail it. So I'll just take the damage. The second one passed, but it looks like it would have been, what is that, 22 damage? So we'll go ahead and just apply that anyway. Bloop.
Bloop. Bloop. Bloop.
I don't know why it's not applying it. Let me do it that way. Boom. That thing is going to be... Oh. Interesting. Looks like I got caught in a loop. But that thing is going to die from that spray. Actually, hang on one second. I think I know why it was getting caught in that loop.
Its shoelace was untied?
Let me do this here real quick. Sorry. I'm being a dummy. Let me do that. And that. So it's still frightened, so I gotta leave that on it. So as your poison spray expends out, encasing the ghoul in front of you, you see that your magics fall limply to the ground around it. It is completely unaffected by your poison.
Alatar retreats from the window and shrugs.
that's going to be his full dash. That brings us to Moon.
Oh, well, that's upsetting. Okay. Now I have to reconsider. Okay, I don't remember if we established this before. Is there a way to get past somebody's faces without incurring attack of opportunity?
Yeah, so as long as you don't move away from them. So, like, for example, if you went like here, you're at no point are you actually disengaging from the enemy. You're still in an adjacent space. So you're just basically rotating around them.
Gotcha, I do that then.
Yep. Okay, that's going to give you a flanking bonus on this guy. So you can roll with advantage.
Okay, hang on one second.
Does he get the backstab now, though? Because he's not next to anybody else, and that monster has somebody else near him?
Yes, because it has standard flanking rules, so I still get that. I have lots of ways to get sneak attack.
Yeah.
Just didn't want you being surprised.
Yeah, I always forget he's a swashbuckler, so he's got that rakish audacity, so he's got multiple ways to get advantage on these attacks. Jesus Christ, you're slicing and dicing straight through this fucking thing.
Stabby, stabby.
Yeah. All right, so this thing doesn't even get a chance to retaliate. It literally just your blades go slashing through. What does it look like as this thing drops in a puddle in front of Castiel?
So luckily I have a friendly monk who obliterated the one before it and what I presume to be a leader because it was so unique. And slightly distracted this guy so I can sneak around acrobatically around behind, take my rapier, stab it through the the calf muscle there, dropping it, and then just taking my dagger, just burying it in the neck.
Nice. 15, 20. So technically it's 20 feet to move there. You still have additional movement if you want to take it.
I don't. I'm good.
All right. This one is technically not afraid, so he does get to attack. I'm sure he is going to miss against the little armored tunican that is our favorite cleric. That is then going to bring us to Severius. Oh, no, excuse me, the one in front of Severius.
Why am I up next?
Yeah, I think it went like back and it went in the wrong direction there. Hang on a second.
He just dashed there, yeah.
It's going backwards in the order for some reason.
Yeah, I'm doing it manually. So that ghoul went, then Severius. There we go. Is Severius with us?
I'm here. I'm gonna go right there, and I'm gonna attack him.
Which one are you attacking? This guy?
I did not see that coming.
Yeah. But he wanted the flanking, apparently. That one is gonna be a puddle of gore because it had been beat up a bit already. But your skull flail comes slicing down. We're gonna say that, by the way, we're gonna say that you pivoted around this other ghoul that you just kind of
went through.
Yeah.
It's looking extremely confused right now.
Yeah, it's like what happened to my dance partner?
And I didn't even roll advantage on that.
Yep.
And my second swing, I'll take one at the guy next to me. Nice.
That is also going to be a crushing blow, immediately bloodying the ghoul as you spin back. Its confused face like, what's going on with my dance partner? And then it takes a skull flail to the face. Bonus action, additional movement.
Try to knock him prone again. Might as well. And what's that?
Yep. So do you want to knock him down or do you want to knock him back?
Prone. Knock him down.
There you go. He is now prone. That is going to bring us to Castiel.
Seeing him on the ground, I'm not gonna worry about flanking. I'm gonna slide up to here, target him.
Have advantage now.
Yeah, that's what second attack.
And
Kills
with
him.
that, it is dead.
5.
So as... Nope, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, as you move, describe what it looks like as you step forward and kill this thing that is fighting or had been focused on fighting Severius before you decide to slide past and continue your movement.
Seeing that Severius had just wailed on him with his mace and it looked like his shoulder was dislocated, I slid up and attacked on his weak side, jabbing him in the ribs 2 or 3 times with my open hand. Ended up puncturing the lung and he drops dead. Alright, 5, 10, 15,
Pretty sure a punctured lung doesn't cause immediate death. But that's cool.
45. Yeah, well, I mean, he already had a bunch of other issues. Like a mace hit him in the side of the neck.
He had lupus.
You don't know where my hands have been.
He had a
I'm
very
sure
bad
we know.
That ghoul had lupus.
That's my move.
Okay. That is going to bring us to Audrey. Now, before you cast or do anything, just keep in mind you are still targeting everybody from the last round. So if you do something, it's gonna apply to all of them. So you want to.
I only want to target that 5-foot spot.
So does that? Let me just check something here.
It says I can target a 5-foot radius and all creatures in that 5-foot radius.
Can you move that? I'm just trying to say, does it let you move the spot?
Yeah, it says the same or another spot.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you
I can move it whichever.
Yep. So ping the map, just long left click where you'd want to move it to.
Got it?
Whoa. That's interesting. Just hang on a second. I got an F5. Every token just disappeared off my map.
Oh, so it worked. I zapped everybody. Woo!
You killed everything. There you all are.
Game over.
I'm sorry. Because of the way it froze, I didn't get to see it, Audrey. Where did you want the square? Okay.
Gary likes it too.
I want to make sure she doesn't change it to like somewhere over here.
It's here.
So like that.
Here it is.
No,
Yeah. So let's do this. If you.
What do you want me to roll?
So what I want to have you do is actually target both of those creatures that are going to be hit. So if you upper left-hand corner where you're currently on the token controls, the second one down is the select targets, the little bullseye. If you select that, you can like drag and draw like a bounding box and select the two of them. Like you're trying to like drag around like a piece of text or like an image on a screen. It'll let you select multiple targets by dragging.
Left click or right click?
So it's a left click. You can actually like draw like a square. If you hold the button in, it'll let you, as long as you're on that targeting bullseye one. If it's only letting you target,
I'm trying, but it's not working.
all right, just target one of them then, and I'll manually
Also
apply
hold
the
the
damage.
T key and drag. Which
Yep.
You can also hold the T key and drag
Yep.
a box.
Yeah. As long as you get one of them's targeted, I'll just apply it manually to the other. They're both gonna have to do that check again anyway. So So if you want to cast a spell, and when it asks you to place the measured template, just remove that checkbox, and remove the check. So when you
The
cast,
spell's already cast.
yeah, but you get to
Is
roll
it-
for.
is it-
It's going to roll for the damage again.
Can she do that with the game paused?
So she should be able to now. What you're going to do is when you cast a spell, it's going to pop up and it's going to give you 2 checkboxes. Uncheck them both. So we don't want to use the spell template and we don't want to cost it a spell point. We're just going to have it roll for damage.
Would it be easy just to roll 3d10?
Gotcha.
She certainly could.
She has that extra d10 that's not going to count anyway, so she's going to have to do that separately.
Yeah, if you want to just do 4d10, you can do that. Bottom left-hand corner, or right-hand corner, excuse me. The center die is the d10. You can just click on that 4 times, and it'll say R4d10. Definitely still want to have concentration on you.
Oh, all my tokens went away too.
Just hit F5. I think we've got so many tokens and so much. This combat's been going on for so long that it's.
Did you see the roll?
I did not. I don't see a damage roll. So that's a 1d10 plus 4. We need 4d10.
Yeah, I don't know.
So like bottom right hand corner, it's got all those little white dice below the chat box. The 4th one over is the d10. If you click that 4 times, it should put the correct R/4d10 in the chat frame, and that'll let you roll all 4. There we go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So 22 points of damage. And it's based on, I forget which save here. Let me just look real quick. Call Lightning is a dexterity saving throw. I'm just looking for the difficulty here. So let me just have them roll it. So they rolled a 20 and a 15. So I'm not sure what the DC is. Trying to scroll back up through the chat here and find the previous one.
13.
Was a DC of 13? Thank you, sir. So
Yes.
they both pass it, but that means they just take half of the damage. So 11 points to each of them. Minus 11. And minus 11. So another, Olin, as you are currently fighting these things, you see another bolt of lightning comes slashing down out of the sky. This one much closer, lighting up the air. The smell of ozone filling your nose as both of the ghouls in front of you are shocked where they stand. One now being very close to death, and the other one bloodied. Let's see here. That's going to bring us to this guy who literally just has to run away. So, because he's going to be leaving both Audrey and Olin's space, you guys both get attacks of opportunity. So I'm going to have Olin go ahead and roll Heaven's Fall on this guy first, if that's what you want to use.
The guy to my upper right. Okay. So I got to target him, yeah?
Yep. Please do. And you have I'm sorry, I should have told you. You have advantage on that roll. That's a hit. So unless you want to, if you want to roll just to see if you get just a d20 to see if you get a natural 20, but on a crit, if you want to have a super cool kill, but either way, you've knocked this thing's dick in the dirt. So as it goes to, yeah, as it goes to run, you just crush its skull from behind. That brings us to the next one, which is also going to run, and again, you're going to get an attack of opportunity on that before it goes. And it is going to be near death, but not quite dropped. Audrey is also going to get an attack of opportunity on this because it's running straight directly away from you. So as it goes to move one step up, if Audrey wants to target this guy and take a swing with her rapier before it runs, you can certainly do so. I mean, technically, since she's maintaining concentration, could she call lightning down on this fucking thing again? I say she
Yes, I
could.
absolutely can.
I say she could. Roll 4d10. We're not even going to worry about a rapier swing. We're just going to fucking roll.
Cooler if you did.
I want to see this thing blasted and its skeleton lit up from the inside. And it needs to still make a dex check to beat 13. And that's an absolute failure. So it's going to take all 26 points. It only had 3 hit points left. It's going to take all 26. Oh, I did the wrong thing there. Minus 26. That's better. It is now a puddle of gore on the ground as, again, another bolt of lightning flashes from out of the sky as Audrey points at it and gives it a wink. The lightning strike hits it, and it's like an X-ray from the inside. It's like its flesh disappears as the lightning flashes in front of you, and all you see is its skeleton as its arms fly straight up to its side, and it is just explodes in a shower of gore that just flies all over everything within a 10-foot radius of it.
And it makes me feel really, really good.
Hit, right? So when those other two get hit?
Yeah, so this
it's a direct.
Yeah, but it's everything in a 5-foot radius, though, isn't it?
Yeah. So you're still maintaining that space. So this one would have to do as well. Dex. Whoop. Not that this is gonna make a difference because even half damage is more than the 2 hit points that it has. So this one explodes as well as the lightning crashes to the ground in between the two of them, and then kind of it arcs back up the tree. Bands of electricity shooting back and forth from the dry branches as suddenly the tree erupts in flame above you. That brings us to this ghoul, which is frightened. It needs to run away, directly away from Olin.
So Kaz gets an attack of opportunity?
He certainly does, as this thing goes. So if Kaz wants to target and take a shot, let's see if it even makes it away. So it takes this one actually had not been hit yet, so it takes the 5 damage, but it is able to just continue running in a straight line away from Olin. Which brings us back to our favorite cleric.
Okay.
You're surrounded by dead bodies. The one living creature is currently running away.
Living in quotation marks.
Yeah, living, reliving. I like to think of them as recycled.
Okay, now Channel Divinity Turn Undead says turn for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. So would it have stopped as soon as it took damage?
Actually, yeah. Good call, man. Good call. So as Severius punches it from behind, it just stops. So it would be right there.
Oh Oh man, he snapped some sense into it.
Our favorite
So-
monk said, "Not so fast."
So Audrey's thing, I can move through that and not get electrocuted.
Correct. Yeah. So she gets to call down the lightning. It's not actually constantly striking.
It's like a controlled cloud of daggers.
I like it.
That she can move around for up to 10 minutes. That is going to be a hit. This thing is now bloodied, but not yet down. Anything additional you'd like to do? That was movement and an action.
That'll be it.
Sir Alatar, my friend, there is one creature still left standing.
Where is it?
It is right here.
Where is it?
It is in between Castiel and Olin. They have both punched and hammered it. It is bloodied.
No, I will try to.
It screams its anger.
It's anguish with a Eldritch Blast. That is not doing it.
Do you get 2
Okay.
shots now?
Yeah, I do, but
He still gets the second one, but he's got to do.
here.
You gotta hold off, because what if the fumble made you fall down?
Yep. So there's your fumble
Great.
request.
Very good.
So I need you to roll a constitution
hammy?
constitution check for me, because you've just pulled a hammy.
Oh,
Balancing on that window too long.
Yep.
The window.
But you will still get to make your second attack.
DC.
DC of 10. So Constitution, saving throw. 10 or higher, you're fine.
Oh, wait.
That's a D20 plus 2. Which is...
Saving throw.
Yep, nope. There we go. That is also good. Because a D20 plus 5 is much better than a D20 plus 2. Even though you technically rolled higher the first time. But you're fine. You're not lame. You're still perched in the window like Batman, only 5 feet up.
No.
Let's do
I am
it
Brandon Lee.
in the crow.
Bro, yes. That is what I'm doing. I give you 1,000 DM points for fucking calling it out before I did.
Mother is the name for God on the lips of children.
I'm more worried about how that ended for him.
You've got, so you still have one more Eldritch Blast, because you only fired off one, correct? Or did you fire off 2? No, you did 2.
You fire up.
All right, you're done then. Done with you. On to the next. Moon. What would you like to do?
Well, seeing it's technically 4-on-1 over there, I'm gonna start looking at the bodies next around me. I'm not sprinting. I'm not gonna even
He's
gonna
gonna
make
rogue.
it. So I'm gonna rogue. Yeah,
All
I'm gonna
right.
start by taking out that like boss lady and then looking at the other
All right,
runs.
so go ahead and roll an investigation check for me. While you're doing that, I'm going to continue on through combat, but we'll figure out what you find as we end it up. Severius. There's still a little bit of combat going on north of you, but you see Moon slowly beginning to dig through the dead corpses around you.
You know, poking him with a rapier, making sure they're dead. You know.
Yeah, I don't think I'll get there in time, so
Double tap.
I'll go over here and look around the corner.
Okay. So you see more of the kind of crumbled street, broken buildings around you, but you're not seeing any other enemies as of yet.
You see 50 more ghouls.
Castiel.
Hey, I think I'm gonna kill another one.
You are going to absolutely kill another one. What does it look like?
Push him on top of the taco.
That's just mean.
Seeing Olin-
There's just no point for that.
seeing Olin swing his taco and then go to reset, I give him a big shoulder in the back, face first into the taco.
And with that, all of this ghoul horde is dead. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And let me just do that. Take us out of the combat music. So guys, that was a whole, it was like what, 12 ghouls? So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe more because they might be piled on top of each other here.
I think at the end of your rolls in the combat log, there were 15 total.
So now you all level up to level 7.
Level 7.
So we've got a whole bunch of dead ghouls kind of here in the street. In the distance, you can still hear the same kind of screeching that you heard from the ghouls when they first saw you. You can still hear some of that in the distance, but you're not seeing any around you right now to continue and maintain this combat. Moon has already begun kind of combing through the dead bodies over here. You do find some stuff on this one. So this is kind of what it looks like. This is when she was alive. She is now dead. So she is wearing a whole bunch of stuff that kind of looks like she was in a mercenary group, or possibly some kind of a thieves guild of some kind. She is wearing some pretty impressive leather armor. You also see that she has some kind of a pack strapped to her back. And she's wearing some belt pouches with some stuff that might be in it.
Well, I'm going to start removing said items.
Okay. So the backpack is an explorer's pack, which you guys could choose from when you first started, whether you want an explorer's pack or like a scholar pack or a thieves pack. It's an explorer's pack, which has a bunch of stuff in it. It's a backpack, bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox, torches, rations, water skin, and a bunch of rope. And all of that is in one pack. So if somebody wants to grab that or take pieces out of it to add to their bag, they can do so. There is, in one pouch, there is a vial capped off with a cork that is filled with some kind of liquid. You can see that as you like tilt it back and forth, the liquid sloshes, but when you look into it, you can't see anything inside. So you just kind of feel the liquid motion, but it looks like the vial is empty. And as you look at the armor, you realize the armor is definitely the armor is something. There is steel studding out of the black leather armor, and the steel itself shines with an otherworldly light, far from being mundane. Buckles and bands fit the armor comfortably to its wearer. Layers of reinforced layers of reinforced leather provide as much protection as they possibly can. The armor looks like it wouldn't impede movement and would not weigh you down. Beyond that, though, if you wanted to know more about it, you'd have to do some kind of deeper investigation of the armor.
I'm going to start cleaning the armor because gross. But I very much am interested in it because it looks similar to, I don't know, maybe the leatherish armor I have. Just nicer.
So we're probably close to, we're way past the point where we should have stopped. It's midnight here. It's 1 a.m. for our East Coast friends. So we've got an undiagnosed potion, an undiagnosed set of leather here, and an explorer's pack. You guys are kind of out in the street in this crumbled section of town. Do you want to continue on immediately to the cemetery? Are you guys going to look for a place to hole up and try and long rest or short rest, anything like that? Let's think about answers to those questions for our next session, but I would say that we should probably stop here so folks can get some sleep. I am well beyond the point of where Marcus should have been out for a walk, so I'm hoping that Jeanette didn't fall asleep on the couch and my dog didn't shit in the kitchen.
I also
Shit in the kitchen.
The hopes that we have.
Oh, Marky.
Yeah, it's always a good time.
Why did I just roll a d10?
It was me.
16 years old. He don't give
I
a
had you
fuck.
highlighted. I'm sorry.
that
was
means he
So
did.
confused.
That roll means he did in fact shit in the kitchen.
Do you guys?
Yep,
So before we cut, does anybody want to check over the items that Moon found? Or you guys want to figure out what everything is when we come back next week, or 2 weeks? Excuse me.
Ooh, option A. Just because I really want to know. But
I
I'm good
I
without it.
kind of want to
Figure it
know
out when we get
too.
back.
I'll run.
No, I want to hold. My investigation.
You would.
I almost
You're
got it.
an old
Right.
man on your birthday?
You can't say that shit. That's not true. That's a lie.
Yeah, it is. Guys, it's
not my
official.
birthday.
It's officially your
It is
birthday, man.
officially
It's Sunday.
Your birthday.
Yeah, you're a fucking liars.
And a 1,
Come on, man.
And a 2, and a 3.
Awesome. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Are you? How old are you now? 49?
Yeah, I'm 49.
That is
No,
Almost
because
50.
that makes me over 50.
No,
No,
you're
no,
50.
no.
You're 25. I am almost 50.
32?
No,
36.
I'm 49.
He's 36. No.
Yeah.
I can turn on my T-Pain voice mod if we want to sing Happy Birthday.
Oh my god.
Hey. Nope. Good night, guys.
Live in a zoo,
Happy Saturday to you guys.
looks like a monkey.
I sang once on YouTube. I'm not doing it again.
Smell like-
Hey, my life.
yeah, my butt
Still
smells like-
videotaping. He's still taping for his YouTube channel. I'm not singing shit.
All right, turds.
This can be edited out.
Later.
Alrighty, guys. So let me say this. If we want to figure out what Moon has got, we're either going to have to expend some more of Olin's identify spells, or you guys are going to have to hold on to it and try and see if you can't find somebody who can tell you what it is later.
If the party wants all my level 1 slots to be used, then it shall be.
Hey, it's awfully late at night. Just all I'm saying.
So I will let you do this.
We
Let
can
me-
do it in
so-
the
so-
role-
so-
RP if you want.
Yeah, anybody that hasn't signed off that wants to be part of it, roll an Arcana check. If I can get 2 of them 17 and up, I'm going to give you freebies.
Oh, I was so close.
If I can roll intimidation, you got it.
I don't think you can. Oh, there's one 17.
Hey!
We're good with that
No,
one.
he has a -1.
One that's at 16.
All right.
Come on, help us out here. They were all really close, and none of us have that skill.
So what I will say is that I will give you one of the 2 as a freebie, so that the vial that you shake that feels like it has liquid in it, but that you don't know what it is, that is very clearly a potion of invisibility.
Nice.
But if you want the other one, Olin's either going to have to.
Hold on, I'm coming back in for an Arcana spin.
Let me. So I'm going to throw the potion of invisibility into your bag here, Moon. But you can always feel if you want to give it to somebody
17.
else.
You got it.
Oh, he got the second one. So the potion's in your bag. You can read what it does. It's a invisibility up to an hour. 1 charge, so it's a one-time use. The other item, which you guys read. Does anybody have leatherworking skills? Did anybody choose that as one of your skill proficiencies?
Nope.
No, I don't believe so.
I was just seeing
I
that
did not.
we could use it as part of the role play, but so you do recognize the other armor. It is armor that is often used in thieves guilds. This is a Shadow Step cuirass. Basically, this is studded leather +1. So it is studded leather +1 to AC. So it is 1 higher than regular studded leather. And again, it has the leather itself is very, very, it's like a jet black. And it has these little steel studs that poke out all over it, but the steel is almost it glows a little bit, or it reflects the light kind of odd sometimes. It is not mundane steel. The metal that this was made with that gives it some of its otherworldly properties is that it's star silver. This is made from a meteorite, something that fell to Earth and was crafted into the steel ribbing and buckles and studs that line this armor to make it stronger. So this is this could be an upgrade for anyone that wants to wear studded leather and have an additional AC point.
Oh please, it just screams rogue.
And I will drop that into your inventory as well, so that you guys can
equip that. Just equip that. It's cool. It's all right.
you guys can choose what you want to do with it. But that is going to be the end of our night. We went very long, folks. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody staying up late and keeping it moving. We are almost to the cemetery. We will meet up again in 2 weeks and go from there. I will probably put some kind of a role play situation up again. I don't know if there will be rewards or not, but something that'll be there to help us continue the story.
Awesome. I'll probably not get to it. But I'll try.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you, everybody. Have a very, very good night. That was a blast. Any questions come up, you know where to find me.
Excellent. Thanks again.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.